hearing my voice and seeing me throughout the day, but I won't be doing this alone. I'll be doing this with Miss Rhoda Mengo, who would take on as and when. Thank you so much once again for coming. We'll move right ahead and take a formal welcome address, and the partners in this meeting, those who made this meeting possible, would come ahead and give us a series of welcome. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, so our two collaborating partners will come up here and give us a series of welcome and social for alternative development. And right after him, we'll have Dr. Ati Singh. Got to try today. Yeah, so Dr. Ati will follow right after Mr. Labram to continue the welcome courtesies. Please, with a warm applause, let's welcome Mr. Labram. Oh, your applause is not applauding. Your applause is not applauding at all. So you have just, yes, you know, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for warmly ushering me in. And let me say that indeed we are grateful for today, at least another day of our engagement. I don't know how many times we have met, this year, but I want to that we've met a couple of times, just so we are able to discuss how to relegate the industry to the back burner. And indeed, we will get there, hopefully. So, let me begin by saying on behalf of the management of the Vision for Development and the civil society actors and doctors across Ghana here and even the global level working in this space, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you here, including our partners who continuously support our programs. I know probably some of them will be online, observing and listening to us as we proceed with the event. So specifically, like I mentioned, by our strategies, the Tobacco, the Credit Assistance Network Africa, and then also the Global Alliance for Tobacco, and many other partners continue to support our programs. I know there are many. And I did work as we continue the event now. Civil society actors like led by the Vision for Development is glad to be hosting this event with the School of Public Health. The one sitting right in front of me, that's same from the KNUST. We are happy to collaborate with them to hold this event. The purpose of this meeting, I'm thinking from my perspective, I believe when she comes, she sees people for me. Yes, thank you. Right, so it's to continue our engagement, meetings and awareness, particularly for policy and decision makers and the general public on industry preferences and public health policies. And their allied organizations in Ghana, directly and indirectly, which aim to delay, divert, and to stop the passage of policies. But more specifically, because we're in Ghana, we're looking in the lead up to the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Act, Act 193. The Act, alcohol, tobacco, and the sugar-sweetened beverages industry. I will not belabor the point of that because we'll have detailed presentation that will go into some of the things that we observed or were able to identify. So, for instance, the industry brought forth, old industry arguments they have made over the years to gain public support. So, among them include the fact that the governments were burdening, people, Ghanaians, with taxes. They also agree the fact that taxes will lead to illicit trade tobacco products. So I'm happy to have Dr. Singh here who will dive into details to know whether if indeed tobacco taxation it's a gateway to illicit trade or not. We'll get to know this by the close of the day. And then also the fact that tobacco and taxes increases unemployment rate. And then also the fact that the government is also insensitive to businesses in Ghana. And remember, during the time when, last year for instance, the country was going through a lot of challenges, and there were calls for Ghana to go to IMF. Eventually, Ghana government agreed to go to IMF. And once a country goes to IMF, then you can imagine what's happening in the country. So there were a lot of issues around industry, economic hardship, and the industry actually rode on the back of that to do a lot of gimmicks and things that would support their work. So, but it's important for us to emphasize the point that the global treaty, that the first public health policy that was negotiated under the auspices of the WHO, Article 5.3 specifically in its guidelines, has important provision that is to protect public health policies from industry interference. It is on this basis that many countries, and of course civil society organizations also across the world, including VAD Ghana and civil society organizations dotted here, trying to ensure that it safeguards tobacco control or policies generally from industry interferences. This includes research that identifies interferences in order to, as much as we can, expose and make recommendations to government. So we'll hear more from Prophet when he eventually comes here to share with us some of the recommendations, some of the things we found. Let me touch a little on the industry index, because we'll be disseminating the 2023 tobacco industry index report today. So let me just give you a gist of that. Then when we come to the main session, we're going to get to now. So we are also officially disseminating the Ghana Industry Interference Index 2023 today. The Global Tobacco Industry Interference Index is a global survey on how governments are responding to tobacco industry interferences and protecting their public health policies from commercial and other vested interests of the tobacco industry, as required under the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. The Global Tobacco Industry Index 2023 was launched. That was last month, a few days ago. Sorry, this month, a few days ago. This was last week. Or was it this week?
This week.
Yeah, this week, yes. Sorry, this week. The Global Industry Index. And I'm always very happy to know that list. So that normally begins most of the initiative on public health across the globe. So indeed, this is a civil society report that's it to identify some of the things that industry do to support public health from its original purpose. Now this year, the industry index report 2023 ranked 90 countries across the world. We have 180 what? Or 190 something countries around the world. Okay, so 90 countries were ranked this year. Now, so it revealed, tactics that include major ones: promoting electronic products, the industry promoting electronic products, and then also hiding environmental damages, because now tobacco has been directly linked to environmental problems. So there's a need for us to recognize that. Currently, I know the NID ongoing negotiation on how to deal with plastics across the globe. Bags, the single-use, product, and single plastic, the and then the climate impact it has on us, the people, aquatic life, and then also terrestrial life. Okay, so government around the world companies that invest efforts to reduce tobacco use. This is what the report say. If we know this already, but it's really emphasizing the point. Now, they are not taking sufficient measures, government, to protect policies for tobacco industry as required by the Article 5.3 of the FCTC. In the government all over the world, including the government of Ghana, is not taking sufficient measures to protect public health policy from the industry. Okay. Now, a new report revealed Western trend. Now, so analysis from civil society organizations shows a deterioration in the score for more than half of the 80 countries analyzed in 2021. It means we are seeing worse. About 43 of those countries, report worse, in terms of industry interferences, while 29, improve their score. So if in 2021 you were scoring 80, in 2003 some were scoring 50. As an example, 29 are doing better, their scores is going up, they are improving. And it's through this engagement policymakers, interactions. This how can we be able to elevate the profile and ensure that we are able to reduce the extent of industry interference. Right. So no country was immune to industry interferences across the globe. No country. Meaning every other country there were one form of industry interferences or the other. This is something of note. Even in our report, it revealed that there were some form of industry, engagement with policymakers. In their favor. Significant effort to hide, environmental damage caused by both e-cigarettes and then electronic cigarette. Now, key findings. Now, so let me just wrap up by saying that Brunei, Brunei, right? It's a country, right? Dar es Salaam, New Zealand, France, and then the Netherlands, and then Botswana rank overall best. These are the countries that when you go there, in terms of industry interference in public health policies. The worst scoring countries were and then Switzerland. That one there, we all know. But that's where the conference takes place. When you go there, the smoking rate is just too much. And then Burkina Faso and Ethiopia. No, not Burkina Faso. Switzerland, Japan, and then Indonesia were ranked, and then the significant, progress. Now, the most improved score were countries were Ukraine, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Ethiopia. Meaning Ghana, of industry, interferences. So we need to pat them at the back and then my mic here. Yes. Okay, so as the industry increasing targets African consumers, progress in protecting policy across the continent. Right. So it's important for us to know that. So the most improved ones are Ukraine, Botswana, Burkina Faso, and Ethiopia. And then key trends include industry aggressive seeking to create favorable conditions to new addictive products such as e-cigarettes, heated tobacco products, and nicotine patches. So these are new ones, and the industry are heavily involved because all over the world, people are now shying away from traditional cigarettes. They want to continue to be in business, so they are innovating and coming out with new innovative products. And we need to be on the lookout and see how we can meet them from root and bumper to bumper. Yeah, so policymakers in Malaysia, example, policymakers in Malaysia listed nicotine as a poison from National Poison Act. After Japan Tobacco International called for the act to be amended. So you see that's what they've done. And then in Italy, a proposal for stronger regulation of electronic cigarettes and heated tobacco product was successfully opposed by lawmakers or policymakers who received funding from e-cigarette companies. In fact, there are many and thousands of them, and I wouldn't want to believe that I'm going to get some of them. So finally, I would say that because the Philippines also approved an industry-friendly electronic cigarette law. In fact, before they come out with a proposal on how they think e-cigarettes should be regulated across the globe. And we are told by this one that Philippines is one country that have adopted that. Now, so it's important for us to know some of all of this for that people wouldn't go and say that why are we too much on the tobacco industry? In fact, they are not our friends, they are not stakeholders. We have to deal with them as much as we can because a product that is killing people, it doesn't have any benefit whatsoever. It shouldn't be entertaining. So unfortunately, they've got the legitimacy to operate in Ghana and across the globe. Finally, I wish to thank everyone for coming and wish this meeting a very successful and deliberation. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. We will finish the welcome curses up as we invite Dr. Ati Singh. Let's kindly give her a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity for this stakeholder event. I think over the past few days and few weeks, actually, we've been having some of these stakeholder meetings and awareness building events. I think it's really in good faith when it comes to tobacco and all the other harmful products, including alcohol and for now maybe sugary drinks also. So I think I wouldn't talk much. I think Mr. Labram has given quite a detail about what exactly we are hoping from today's meeting and some of the discussions that will happen related to industry interference. And I'm happy he brought about the global report on the industry interference and even gave some highlights on some of the findings that have come out of it. And I think as a country in Ghana, we are not too bad. I would say we are somewhere midway. Yes, we are not free from the industry interference in the country, so we do have some issues to deal with as a country. And I think it's all in an effort with all these meetings and workshops and trainings that we continue to have and engage you in time. My discussion really today will be on the illicit tobacco and how it affects the population today in the country and its effect on maybe the taxes and how the taxes are influencing the trade of illicit cigarettes in the country. And I'll talk about some of the research works we've done and some of the findings. And these findings can then be used to develop some recommendations and maybe some policies around how we can deal with the illicit tobacco trade in Ghana. So I will take my leave and then I'll sit back and look at the illicit tobacco trade in the country. So thank you, and I welcome you all to attend.
Item on the agenda is to have statements by our tobacco control partners, that's GRA, in the person of Dr. Alex Combat. Shall we please do the
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Yes, so I want to stand on all existing protocols. Yesterday the budget was read, and government is targeting 176 billion Ghana cedis in revenue in 2024. And out of the 176 billion, GRA is expected to collect about 75% of that. Tax revenue has always constituted about 75% of total government revenue. And so the 176 billion, GRA is expected to collect about 75% of that. And so our Deputy Commissioner, who was supposed to be here to give this statement, cannot be here because they have to meet to come up with the targets for distribution to various tax offices for 2024. So I have a statement here to read on his behalf, and then on behalf of all GRA staff gathered here. So we from GRA are extremely happy to be part of this national stakeholder meeting on industry interference in tobacco control. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the harmful effects of the consumption of tobacco. This is not new. You can see that on the poster that has been placed in front of the hall. Tobacco-related diseases account for about 3% of deaths in the country. We are interested in the cost to the state. So it says it costs Ghana 668 million every year. This is equivalent to about 0.2% of the gross domestic product. That is just to take care of tobacco-related diseases. And so this is very, very serious. Generally, people continue to consume this harmful product because it is addictive and not expensive enough. So that is one of the main causes. So government has seen the need, therefore, to put taxes on them to increase their prices so that they can deter consumption of the product in large quantities. In fact, over the years, government has used policy control measures such as excise taxes, custom duties, VAT, NHIL, name them, at entry points and also at the domestic front, just to discourage consumption of these harmful products. Ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of these policies has not been easy without interferences of the industry groups. So anytime we come up with policies related with taxes to control the consumption of the product, they come in strongly, and then before you could say that, it doesn't come in. So we are aware of their tactics. Notwithstanding, GRA as a key partner in national policy to reduce consumption of these products actually revised the excise duty rates to conform with the ECOWAS protocols. That was in 2023 fiscal year. So exactly a year ago, in November, there was an announcement of the review of the excise duties related to tobacco. Additionally, over the years, GRA has also put in place measures to confiscation of illegal products, tobacco products. 3, finding and prosecution of illegal tobacco or traded. Tracking and tracing method. This is in line with Article 8, the implementation of illicit tobacco, which aims at reducing the of tobacco. Buy tobacco at the duty-free shops in Ghana. We also have restrictions, that is 7, on tobacco volumes that can be bought at duty-free shops. We are also classifying tobacco products as restricted materials, which needs permit to be imported. The use of ECOWAS interconnected system for the management of goods in transit. So this is a new method among 9 West African countries to actually track goods in transit. Strong collaboration with state competent agencies and international bodies, FDA, WHO, VALT, and others. The use of technology, drones, satellite cameras, and then we are deploying or we've deployed dogs to help us in this respect. Provision of tools to strengthen border controls, recruitment and training of preventive officers, and laboratory analysis to look for signs of deterioration and compare with attached technical documents. The use of apps and gadgets to detect fake products, and we even have informants reward. So all these are measures that GRA has actually put in place to check importation of illicit tobacco. Article 6 of the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control also requires that parties implement taxes to reduce tobacco consumption and also to help raise revenue. So in line with this, GRA has implemented several taxes and levies on tobacco to actually curb this menace. Additionally, over a long while, excise duty on tobacco in Ghana has been imposed as ad valorem until November 2023, when government announced, when you look at paragraph 217 of the budget statement 2023, to change the tax regime to the mixed tax regime in line with the ECOWAS protocol. And what is the ECOWAS protocol requirement? 50%, about 50% ad valorem, and then $0.02 per stick. The implementation did not go well without a fight from the industry players. So a bill that was prepared in December, sent to Parliament in December, we even thought it was not going to be passed because the industry players actually fought against it. However, VALT worked tirelessly through research and persistent meetings with the policy makers, press statements, and never rested until the bill was passed into law. Now we have the rates for the new bill. We are all aware of the rates. So the rates per stick. We are all aware of this. So what we know is that these new costs associated with tobacco consumption. What we also have to bear in mind is that tobacco taxation has a win-win objective. That is not to only discourage consumption, but revenue So let me give you this as 66.98 million in 2017 to 176.44 million in 2022. And it has grown at an average rate of about 23% every year. We are trying to get the revenue from for 2023, and I'm sure it is going to go up. It is our hope that the revenue accruing from the tax will be used to support tobacco control programs, health financing to protect lives and the environment. GRA is actually aware that tobacco industry players are involved in tobacco smuggling. Besides, they use their economic powers, lobbying and marketing machinery and manipulation of the media to thwart the fight against the tobacco control. Unfortunately, the industry players could not stop the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, that was 2023, because GRA was determined to see to the passing of the bill. And so whatever effort they put in place to thwart this policy did not see light of the day. So in conclusion, we wish to state that GRA will never renege in its effort in supporting all relevant stakeholders, including WHO, FDA, VALV, in fighting this menace. And it is our hope that this stakeholder meeting will achieve this goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Alice Combat, for your presentation. So the next speaker is the head of Tobacco Products Department of the Food and Drugs Authority, and she is in the person of Madam Jemima Odonko. Shall we give her a hand?
Thank you, Madam Marisa, and good morning to everyone here. I stand on all existing protocols. Before I start, I want to bring you warm greetings from my director, Dr. Olivia Boateng. She's supposed to be here to do this statement. However, she's engaged with other activities, so I'm doing this on her behalf. My name is Jemima Odonko, and I'm giving a statement on tobacco industry appearance, on tobacco control for the FDA. Tobacco industry's appearance has been the single greatest impediment to progress in reducing tobacco use. For decades, the tobacco industry has used its economic power, lobbying and marketing strategy to manipulate the public, discredit scientific research, and influence persons in higher authority to propagate the sale and distribution of the deadly products. Ghana continues to make significant strides in the tobacco control in line with the Public Health Act 2012, Act 851, and the Tobacco Control Regulations 2016, LI 2247. The WHO recognizes the need to monitor the tobacco industry tactics as an essential tool for public health and safety, and requires signatories of the protocol to protect their health policies and commercial and other vested interests. More than 8 million people die each year from tobacco use according to the WHO, including 1.2 million deaths from exposure to second-hand smoke, making tobacco the leading cause of preventable death globally. In Ghana, tobacco use kills more than 6,700 people every year, 93 men and 39 of which are women every week. This can be found in the global burden of disease data 2015. Over 80% of the 1.3 billion tobacco users globally live in low and middle income nations, which bear the effects of the disease and death caused by tobacco use. The economic consequences of tobacco use are huge and include high health care costs for treating diseases caused by its use and the loss of human capital because of morbidity and mortality linked to the use of tobacco. The Ministry of Health, through the Food and Drugs Authority and in collaboration with stakeholders in tobacco control, such as the Ghana Revenue Authority, World Health Organization, and Vision for Alternative Development, among others, have implemented several regulatory measures in the regulation of tobacco products in the country. These include the registration of tobacco and tobacco products, issuance of permits for importation through the Integrated Customs Management System, that's ICOM, tobacco point of sale monitoring, introduction of tax stamps, routine monitoring of the ports of entry and land borders, SUPs to rate the market of illicit tobacco and tobacco products and identify main source and entry points of illicit tobacco products. Ghana recently launched their tobacco control strategy with the objective to protect present and future generations from the devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences of tobacco use and exposure. The strategy seeks to ensure a total eradication and subsequent prevention of tobacco use and exposure through comprehensive adoption and implementation of effective tobacco control measures. As a party to the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, Ghana subscribes to the various conventions and protocols aimed at the control of tobacco and the minimization of the dire health effects. The FDA will continue to partner all stakeholder agencies, including civil society organizations such as VAUD, to continue to formulate policy to counter the tobacco industry tactics to undermine, delay, weaken, circumvent, violate, overturn, and prevent and defeat the tobacco industry's effort of undermining policy formulations. Thank you.
We can do it better for them.
There is one thing which was missed.
What's
this statement is approved by
Your statement is better than approved by the FDA. Thank you so much for bringing us this approved statement. We really appreciate it. So as Mr. Labram has mentioned in his welcome address, we have recently launched a report on tobacco industry interferences in lead up to the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023. And so we'll just take a few highlights of that report, and after that we'll open the floor to just do a bit of a tete-a-tete to arrive on some very key recommendations that can help reduce tobacco industry interferences, especially in light of the evidence gathered. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge Mr. Hendrick from the Ministry of Finance. Kindly give us a wave. Thank you for being here. Yes, so our research consultant, Mr. Divine Darlington Loco, has made his presentation, but he had an emergency. And so Mr. Godfrey Chinebo-Akodia will do his presentation on his behalf. So please, let's welcome Mr. Chinebo-Akodia to do this presentation in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, so my name is Godfrey Lebuakodia. I'm the Policy and Research Officer for Ghana. So all protocols observed. So today we are going to look at the highlights of the Ghana Excise Tax Amendment Bill 2023 and the tobacco industry interference. We are just going to focus on the findings, the key findings and the recommendations. So as we all know, tobacco still remains one of the most dangerous products ever produced. And the most dangerous part of it right now is that the tobacco industry is targeting the youth. Within its sustainability report, it has projected that in order to sustain its business, it needs to target Africa as one of its biggest market shares in order to product and then sustain its business. And in order to do that, it has targeted the youth and the children in particular to have a next generation of tobacco users. Now, in order to protect our children and the general population, WHO came up with a framework to reduce the exposure and then control the demand and supply of tobacco. And then that is called the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. It was initiated in 2003. Now, within that framework is what we call the Article 5.3. Now, the Article 5.3 is very crucial because it calls for all government policymakers of all countries to protect every health policy, and I mean every health policy from any interest of the tobacco industry. One of the major interests of the tobacco industry has always been profit. So in every country, whenever you are trying to enact any policy, you are supposed to make sure that it is protected from the primary and all other interests of the tobacco industry. And that is what the Article 5.3 seeks to do, and that is the one which is on industry interference, and that is why we are here today. Now, when we are talking about the tobacco industry, most of the times we focus our whole mindset on the giant, the BAT, the Philip Morris. But when we are talking about the tobacco industry, it's much broader than what we normally accompany it to be. We are looking at from the producers, which are the giants, to come to the distributors, to the retailers, to the wholesalers. So when you go, you just run around the brick hills, you see those who are selling it, they all form part of the tobacco industry. That is how we classify the tobacco industry. And it's very, very, very broad, because even within your community, there is a very giant tobacco industry right in front of you. Now, Ghana has been very, very instrumental in trying to put out policies, legislations and documents in order to protect our society from these influences and then to also kill the pandemic of this tobacco use in Ghana. So in 2003, you see the framework was passed in 2003. So in 2004, Ghana ratified the WHO framework, and in 2021, we ratified the protocol to eliminate illicit trade, which we'll be talking about today. Now, we also have the Public Health Act 2012, and then the Tobacco Control Regulations in 2016. All these are there in place to reduce the prevalence and consumption of tobacco. But still, the industry interference still persists. So when we look at the index report, in 2022 and 2025, we had 58 and then 56. Now, when we are talking about the index, we are looking at from 0 to 100. 0 means that there is little interference or no interference. 100 being the highest level of interference, but Ghana's position 58, 56 means that even in the middle, we did not make it. We are a little bit far from the middle, meaning that there's a persistent industry interference in Ghana. Now, taxation is one of the proven methods of all the tobacco control measures we can use to reduce the exposure, the prevalence, and the use of tobacco. Taxation has been one of the most advanced and one of the most one which has been documented to be able to reduce the prevalence and exposure to tobacco to our kids and to the public. And so for that, the tobacco industry has, through history, used several tactics and strategies to prevent it because they know how effective it is and how it goes against their business. So Ghana over the years before last year, our tax system was just the ad valorem. Through advocacy efforts, we moved ad valorem to a mixed tax system. You see, knowing the tobacco industry, we knew exactly that the tobacco industry is not friendly with the hybrid system because they know how effective it is to tobacco industry and how it is able to reduce the prevalence and use of tobacco industry. So once Ghana was moving from the ad valorem to a mixed system, we knew definitely that there was going to be some interference because throughout history that has been the industry strategies. So on 31st March, it passed, and then this amendment conformed with the ECOWAS protocols, and then the amendment had this specific. Now that specific actually is levied on the quantity, that is the weight of the tobacco, not rather on the value. So when we are talking about the ad valorem system, we are just looking at the price. So if it's 1 cedi and we are taxing 10%, then it means that if I tell you that, oh, this tobacco is 50 pesos, it means the government is supposed to just tax 10% of that 50 pesos. But the specific, it doesn't matter what price the tobacco industry is bringing. We are just looking at how much you are bringing in Europe is the tax on that specific one. So that is what the specific tax system is. So the objective of our study was to identify and document the taxes and then the strategies the tobacco industry used to interfere with this amendment bill. So in order to do that, we had to monitor social media, news outlets, read a lot of documents going in and out of public offices to in order to understand what happened, what is the industry doing. So these were what we find out. Now when we talk about tobacco industry allied organizations, these are industries which are not directly affiliated to the industry. They are just ordinary industries, organizations you see. Their names suggest nothing like they are coming from the industry, but they may be receiving funding or they may be advocating on the part of the industry. So when we come together, we identify most of these organizations here in Ghana. So the first one is the American Chamber of Commerce. Now when you hear this name, the first thing that comes to your head is that the United States. It's a powerful country. This is a collaboration of industries that are coming from the US, and they have an organization. All they do is they advocate for the companies. So whatever will benefit the companies is what they advocate for. Throughout the world, whenever any country is trying to bring out policies or against tobacco use, the American Chamber of Commerce within that country comes out and tells the government that, no, you can't do that. If you do it, we are going to see you, it's not going to be favorable to our industry and all that. Then they delay its implementation. When we come together, this is exactly what they did. They told the government to hold on, engage with the industry, find a better way to go about these taxes before it's passed. Now they did the same thing in Philippines. They told the Philippines that, no, if you just go ahead with these taxes, it's not going to favor the industry. Come on, we have labels and other things. Your government depends on us for its revenue. So hold on a bit. But it didn't work in Philippines. And God being so good, it didn't also work in Ghana. Next one. And then we have the Harm Reduction Alliance of Ghana. Now, Harm Reduction Alliance of Ghana is a civil society organization, just like VAD. Now, what they do is that they have their executive director from the Ghana Mental Authority. Now, what they are doing is that they are receiving funding from a non-tobacco industry organization known as the Knowledge Action Change. Now, this is funded by the Phyllis Morris industry. Last year, about 2 years ago, they took a funding from KA, the Knowledge Action Change, for one reason, to bring about electronic cigarettes into Ghana to get policies part of electronic cigarettes in Ghana. Now, what they did was they held press conference, and then they talked about the fact that raising taxes, which WHO has always been saying is good to kill the prevalence of tobacco use, doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. It has never worked. So the best way to actually deal with the tobacco epidemic we have right now is through electronic cigarettes. And so the government should get policies. Instead of rather banning it, we need to regulate it rather than just ban it. So this is one of the news articles they wrote, and then they said that based on the current knowledge, vaping, which is electronic cigarette, is less harmless. And then this, you need to understand, is coming from somebody who is within the research department of the Ghana Mental Health Authority. So when they speak, it has much more potent to it. The same way when we meet these doctorate people with doctorate degrees coming from these universities, when they start to speak, we do tend more to feel like they are telling us the truth. So you have a researcher from the Ghana Mental Health Authority telling you that electronic cigarettes are 95% harmless. How do you think government is going to feel about knowing that, oh, this person is from this position, how is this position, and telling us that electronic cigarettes are just harmless, and that they are the best efforts, the best measures we have to deal with tobacco use in Ghana? Now we have the Institute of Liberty and Policy Innovation. Now it's a think tank, and I know most of us are aware about this organization. Now we have something called the Atlas Network. So what the Atlas Network is it's an organization. So the tobacco industry actually targets public health policies from various angles. One of the ways it does is that it comes to these think tanks. Because the think tanks are a bit different from civil society organizations. Think tanks, all they do is they do research. They are focused on research to influence policy, to just show what they think. They see themselves to be independent. So most of the time when people hear think tank, they begin to move towards them because they are independent and all that. Now they are in partnership with what we call the Atlas Network. So when the tobacco industry needs an organization to produce research, they go through the Atlas Network. And unfortunately, when they go to the US and other countries, during their disclosure, their tax returns, you are supposed to tell us which organizations you are giving funding to. That is how come we know where they were getting their funding from. So the Atlas Network is in partnership with it. The Atlas Network is being funded by the tobacco industry. Now what they did during the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Act was they target one, FDA. They told the news outlets that FDA does not actually listen to proven research because FDA tried to take away single stick tobacco and then it failed. FDA has been trying to talk about no smoking in public. It's not working. The only thing that works is electronic cigarette. And so we need to relieve the ban on electronic cigarettes and then make it more accessible to people. That is exactly what they said. That we need to make it more accessible to smokers who are unwilling to stop smoking. And this is a think tank, which on a normal occasion needs to be independent. But today is what they are talking about. So the tobacco industry needs to sustain its business. It brings in new products, called electronic cigarette. It funds its funding through the Atlas Network to organizations like these organizations in Ghana to propel some of these researchers to just contradict what we know to be what is true. It's talked about the fact that excise tax do not actually work. So if FDA or other organizations need to deal with the pandemic of this tobacco use in Ghana, the only the gold standard measure is electronic cigarette. Now let's come to the real giant, the BAT Ghana. It's quite interesting on what they did. Now one of the memos they did was that they sent to the Ministry of Health that the Ministry of Finance that raising excise tax, the usual argument we know is, oh, illicit trade in tobacco is going to increase illicit trade in tobacco, unemployment issue. But this time around, they went a little bit further to what we normally see in movies. You see, when you watch American movies, when people are just trying to shut whatever you are trying to do down, they tell something about national security. That, oh, for national security reasons, we are shutting down your operation. What they wrote in the report was that if we raise excise taxes, it's going to affect national security. And for that reason, we need to maintain exactly what we have. We are trying to protect the public. We are trying to protect our children. The industry is telling us that if Ghana raises its excise tax, it's going to affect our national security. We are all here in Ghana. How is our national security right now? Are we protected? Are we still strong? Because the industry says if we raise it last year, our national security was going to be in danger. So we really want to know if we've been kidnapped or we have a terrorist attack here. You see, the industry is more fond of bringing up these issues, and sometimes when our policymakers do hear this, they're like, oh, so if this was going to happen, then maybe we should take a step back. But we should always rely on evidence-based research to influence what every action we take. So this was the letter. Now, the promotion of e-cigarette policy influence. Now, two things led to the inclusion and passage of e-cigarette as an excisable product. Right? One was the advocacy efforts of these industry allied organizations. The second one was the increased influx and burden and epidemic of illicit trade of e-cigarettes in Ghana. E-cigarette, as at now, is an illicit product. It's not a product which, as at then, was a product which wasn't accepted in Ghana. But when the GRA went to the market, one thing they began to see like that, these products were in the market, everywhere you go, it's there. All efforts to control this has not been has failed. If we look at the definition of the tobacco industry, it's not just about the giants, it's about the distributors, the retailers, the wholesalers. They all make form of this tobacco industry. So ask yourself, who is bringing these products within the country? Because we were in our office and then I just went online. I told Mr. Labram that right now, if I want electronic cigarette, I know how to get one very close to me. There is a way to just put in the keyword and the closest person to you will just bring the electronic cigarette. They've had means and then they were just burdening our system with this electronic cigarette. So the best way was to put a tax on it. So when we talked to our policy, the one thing they told us that they decided to tax e-cigarettes, and the reason was because nowadays everywhere you go, it's easy to get some of these products. So when they were discussing about taxing them, they decided to buy a few for demonstration. Every shop they go to, they bought it and it was just there. It's illicit, it's unregulated, it has no health warnings. So they don't even know how these things are even getting into the country. The industry is so smart, they are using technology and other means to get into the country and deliver it safely. If you are supposed to order e-cigarettes right now, how it's going to get delivered to you is even going to surprise you. And that is how the industry is moving it within our country. And so this is why it's led to the taxing of e-cigarettes within the excise duty amendment bill. The industry burdened our control efforts with the e-cigarettes, which led to it being taxed. Now the industry also fooled the media. They gave out several news outlets, several statements that the public, we are just tired of lots of taxes. Too much taxes. We are just tired of it. Something that we need to just enjoy ourselves with. We also want to tax it. So during the passage, it was something we didn't have the public buy-in because all they saw was that the excise tax was just there to just burden us. Not about the public health significance of it. So based on our findings, this is the recommendation we are making. We are calling on the Ministry of Health to develop the code of conduct for public house officials' engagement with the industry. This is one thing we've been calling for over and over, but there's been a delay in its development, and we are still calling the Ministry of Health to make sure it's being developed. We are also asking various stakeholders to embark on nationwide sensitization, targeting the customs, the GRA, the immigrations at the port of entry. We actually need to come in and sensitize them about how the industry moves, their tactics, and how they are getting some of these products within our country in order to be able to facilitate its removal and other things. Now we're also calling on stakeholders to review the inclusion of e-cigarettes as an acceptable product, because based on the dangers it's going to pose on us, if this product comes to stay, or when we are finding it difficult to deal with tobacco right now, if we are having a more advanced version of it, which is even difficult to detect, the question is how are we going to protect our children from it? Now we're also calling on government agencies and civil societies to also facilitate argument. We are talking about the fact that the industry is saying about national security, talking about unemployment and all that. We need to come out with our own counter messages so that in the future, whenever the tobacco industry comes out with other arguments which are just a fallacy, we need to have a way to counter them in the future. Now we're also calling on further research to understand how some of these allied organizations and understand tobacco industry interference in Ghana on a very wider perspective in order to protect public health in Ghana. Okay, so thank you. So this is the end of the presentation, the findings and the recommendations. It is our wish that as we go with our engagement, we can come up with much more practical solutions to the issues we've identified. Thank you.
Can we kindly be on our feet for just a minute, please? Can you be on your feet? Can you be on your feet? Yes, yes. Yes, you can. Yes, yes. Please say hi to the person on your right hand side. Say hi. If there's nobody on your right, say it to the person on your left. Say hi. Ask the name. Where are you coming from? If you came with the person, please talk to another person. Oh, let me see you. Let me see you interacting. Okay, I can see KMA and Mr. Kofi. I can see Jamila and Rhoda. I can see Apoma Senior and Customs. I can see World Vision. I can see Jachielo and Adu Lady. I can see World Vision and Northern Reports. Madam Doris, who are you speaking with? Dr. T. Okay. I can see Mr. Fatah and Adom. Thank you so much. Kindly have your seats. Let's take our seats. Hey, I see people exchanging contacts already. Hey. So you wanted contacts and really, the break time was good, eh? Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for interacting with one another. It was just a brief break to stretch our legs. Yes, so we have listened to the researchers. They have exposed some of the tactics used by the tobacco industry during the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023. The floor is open for your questions. If you have any concerns, the floor is open. Yes, Alaji Sule wants to add his voice.
Yes, I don't want to speak. There's something I wanted to ask Mr. Kwame in his presentation. He mentioned something about the diplomats and how they call it, the duty-free shops, which I didn't get very well or I didn't understand. And I wanted to see how you can explain it back for me.
Yes, Dr. Komba, during your statement, you mentioned that initially diplomats were having duty-free purchases of cigarette, tobacco and tobacco products. So if you could throw more light on that. Thank you.
All right, so let me look at it from two fronts. So it is internationally accepted practice that we don't impose taxes on diplomats. And then the other part also got to do with double taxation. So we don't want you to buy an item, let's say in Ethiopia, pay tax, and then when you bring it down to Ghana, you pay another tax. So for example, when you take a laptop, you buy it at this airport, and then you pay tax on it. And then when you get to the International Airport, then you pay another tax. So we call it double taxation, the same item. So worldwide, they have agreed that to avoid double taxation, where you are buying the item, there should not be any tax on it. But when it gets to the country, then you impose tax on it. So that is why, worldwide, when you go to the international airports and you are buying something, they have duty-free shops. So that is one leg of it. So you are not supposed to pay tax there. But when you bring it to the country, then you pay tax. Now there are restrictions regarding the duty-free as well, because we don't want an instance where somebody will take advantage of the duty-free and then bring in the items and begin to sell. And so there are restrictions. So for tobacco, you can only buy 10 packs at a duty-free shop. You are not supposed to buy beyond that, just 10 packs. Now, when you bring the cigarette to the country and it is the quantity goes beyond the 10, it means that you have to pay tax on even the difference plus the quantity that you bought. I hope you are getting the agreement. You are only giving tax-free at the import, at the importing country. But when you bring the item here, you are supposed to pay the tax. So that is one. That is the second leg of it. So in Ghana here we have duty-free shops for the diplomats because they are not supposed to pay the tax. So there's one at airport residential area. It's a big shop, and so you have to enter there and prove that you are a diplomat, and then there's no tax on whatever you buy. Now people are taking advantage of that because it is duty-free shop and there are no taxes on the items. People go in there and then they buy, and people who smoke are taking advantage of that, and then they enter and buy without paying the tax. So we have identified this. So what we are saying is that the shop owners are supposed to check this. If you are not a diplomat and then you enter, you are supposed to pay tax on the item. So they have a way of verifying. If you are not a diplomat, then you have to pay the tax. So these are the two things that we talked about as the
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The floor is still open again. You can still ask questions to Madam Jemima as well from FDA, still GRE, and then we are discussing everything all together. Okay, so we have 3 hands up. We'll take McDonald.
Thank you very much thank you very much for the presentation. I want to know the situation of e-cigarettes on the ground, because during the course of the presentation, I thought of e-cigarettes as an alternative to the tobacco, normal cigarettes and all that. But later I realized that it's also as harmful as the normal cigarettes and the normal tobacco. So I want to know what is the situation now on the ground relating to e-cigarettes in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that should go to Dr. Combat. Both of them. So, yes. So, Dr. Combat, kindly help us and then we'll come back to the research.
About e-cigarettes?
Yes. tell us the current state? Is it a resolution or
Actually, what we have to bear in mind is that according to the FDA laws, the Public Health Act, it is not a product that is supposed to be brought into the country. So it is an illegal product. You are not supposed to bring it into the country. If you want to bring it into the country, you be for cessation, right? And here you have to go to FDA and get a permit. And then they will bring you the quantity that you can bring into the country. But you know, when he was presenting, he talked about it. And what he said was that it is everywhere. And that is what actually also deceived GRE, because we saw the product everywhere. People were selling the product in shops. And so we saw it as a product that is being imported into the country and harmful to the people. So we started to impose the tax on it. So now we have a problem, because we have a law that says it should not be brought into the country, and yet GRA is taxing it. So we have to sit with FDA to see how we can iron out this. Maybe what we can do is to say, okay, we cancel the law and then it becomes a product that we can import and then impose the tax. Or GRA decides that, okay, we are going to remove the tax on it. So that is where we've got into. But it is everywhere. Have you seen some people?
No.
It looks like pen like this. Yeah, so they are everywhere. When you go to most of the shops, just pretend, okay, mystery shopping, and tell them you want electric cigarettes. Electronic cigarettes, give it.
Yes. Thank you very much. Please, I am responding to this.
Yeah, so just to add that, when it comes to issue of tobacco control, definitely we are there to ensure that we are able to expose. Currently, there's a study going on, and I'm happy Henry is here. It's one of the reasons why we actually have to come up with a locally curated evidence to support the advocacy. Because over the years, he kept telling me that we need a local evidence. So yes, indeed, I know the study going on, we're working with the university to understand what the issues of e-cigarettes or new emerging products in Ghana are. Hopefully we'll convene again somewhere this year, maybe by January, February, to do an official launching of what we are seeing on the ground. So yes, there's a little work going on that, and you will get to know in due course. But of course, it's a huge problem and it's all about us. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Can I go?
Yes, please.
Okay, so thank you very much, and to all the presenters for the detailed delivery. My question first goes to the combat. I'm very excited to hear that, of course, you've instituted measures to combat illicit influence of tobacco. That is very key. If we want to actually tackle these measures, these are some of the strategies that we must adopt as a country. And in all the 7 measures that you mentioned, I would like more than that. I would like to find out which one of them will be very effective in dealing with illicit influence, and which one also have been very less effective in terms of implementation. If you can throw more light on that. And the second question goes to Madam from FDA. I think you gave a picture on the global burden of disease related to tobacco consumption. And I'm not sure whether FDA on your part you have a disease-specific related diseases as to tobacco consumption. If you can give that, if you show more, like for instance, maybe if it's NCA, CBD, the results that actually led to one having maybe I want the figures related to disease specific condition on tobacco consumption, if you can provide that for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me start with the question the data with the diseases that currently we don't have any data with the FDA, but definitely we may have another institutions who might have done some work but if we go to there is enough data to show that the consumption of tobacco is detrimental to one's health. It causes a lot of harm to the system and it destroys the whole of things in the human system. So based on that, yes. So tobacco itself is not safe in any form, even though we don't have the data in FDA as we are now. So what we rely on is data from the data from other organizations that we have now.
So are there plans to complete baseline data?
I think it's something we can look at. We can put this type of various institutions together and then bring that together to maybe use that as basis for the propagation of these messages to people out there that yes, the use of tobacco is detrimental and it's not safe for one's health.
Can I have a quick follow-up to the question?
Okay, so
I think my voice is loud enough. So WHO brought a global perspective, like my brother was saying. What is preventing FDA from doing country-specific? So that when we are hitting ground, we know that in Ghana it is 1:3 or 3:4. But we are still, and the WHO figures you quoted was 2015. We are in 2023.
I know there are a lot of research going on. We've been working on a lot of tobacco related issues that went out in 2022. So maybe if we can help with that, for FDA. As regulators, we are looking at data globally and then any other data or any other research done by any institution. Based on that, our policies and other regulations are formulated to help in the combat of the tobacco or the tobacco issues in the country.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a moment.
So before you come in, I'll just say something quickly, and then my colleague will also add to that we start talking. Now, he's talking about the measures that we put in place. Actually, Anti-Sing, they did a research, and according to them, about 4,161 packs of cigarettes that they studied, 20% were actually found to be illicit. And where were these illicit tobacco coming from? The study says that over 50% of the illicit came from Britain. Now, when you look at their modus operandi, the method that they use, one of them was the app detection of fake. So that was one of the methods. Now, what we've realized is that the industry players are faking the stance. And so it becomes extremely difficult to know the difference between the proper stance and then the fake ones. So they use the app to be able to detect that. So that is one method that we are using to detect the fake ones, let's say the illicit ones. So we have our staff across the length and breadth of it. And that is what they use, the app and the gadgets to detect the fake ones. And it is actually helping us. Now, the second one got to do with, I've mentioned it before, the nature of our borderlines. I mean, it is not so easy to combat illicit activities. I give an example of the borderline along the Togo Ghana, where you have a town and then it is only a road that separates Ghana from You've given a very good example. So what another effective way that we are combating this is through the patrols. Our officers are doing very well in this regard. Else, we would have had innumerable parts of the security, but we are actually doing very well. Mr. Kofi, you can add something to it. Please give the mic to Mr. Kofi.
So, as she goes to Mr. Kofi, we'll take Madam Beatrice as well.
Okay, thank you very much. My concern is from Mr. Kodio's presentation, where he mentioned that the tobacco industry has a strategy to increase the prevalence of smoking from 12% to 18% and targeting the youth. So, as a drug law enforcement officer, I'm looking at our demand reduction strategies. So, this question goes to Mr. Kodia. I would like to find out, apart from introducing illicit and then interfering with policies, what are some of the things that you uncovered, or strategies that you saw the intent to implement to increase our prevalence? Because yesterday you mentioned that we had a very low prevalence of about 3%, and for them to be able to target the youth, I'm also looking at Ghana. Would it be that easy from research perspective, looking at our behavior? Would it be that easy? And what are some of the strategic things that we are going to employ to be able to raise our prevalence rate? And also, what evidence-based preventive measures, demand reduction measures, do you think that we can put in place to be able to save our youth? Because for a company or industry to intentionally be able to increase prevalence, which also increases the rate of disease burden, then it means that we have to be strategic as policy makers. Thank you.
Mr. Kofi, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So it had to do with among the multiplicity of measures that are being implemented, which one is most effective and which one is least effective. Yes. So I have to say that the nature of illicit transfers in itself is multifaceted, which means that it is not static and it's constantly evolving. So it means that state agencies that are required to do the combating also have to continuously evolve. One of the things we are actually not looking at is which intervention is the strongest and which is the weakest. That's how we are looking at it. Together, we achieve the results. So, for instance, there is collaboration. And I'll say that if you want to push me to the point, I'll say collaboration is our strongest point here. That's how we do the collaboration. There's first an electronic platform where any transfer, let's say, especially the recent ones, are recorded. The person who wants to bring the things will have to key onto our system. It's called the ICON system, the Integrated Personal Management System. Immediately it is keyed on it. We have some codes that are used. They call them HSOs. The codes automatically transfer the whole clearance system to the state competent authority, FD. Now FD has all the documents and then they can vet. So they can either suspend the clearance and require further documentation, they can issue the clearance for it to continue, and then they can stop the clearance. That's one of the things, electronic. There's also the physical one, where we do inspections. So we go and do joint physical inspections. Like Dr. Combat said, we also do patrols. And here I'd like to make mention of how we even use science. Naturally, tobacco products have polonium-210 in them. It is called a naturally occurring radioactive material. So for the illicit transfers, you conceal it, but our officers have radiation detection pages and equipment that would sense the presence of radioactive materials. So as they do their patrols, as they walk around, and we have seen some hidden in blocks of timber, they just carve inside a space and they put it there, and then they cover it up. So naturally, if you don't expect wood to give out polonium-210, and you find it giving it out, it constitutes a basis for doing that. We also work with a lot of intelligence. So you realize that in addition to the tax stamps and the tax policy measures and the rest, we also use a number of layers of security. But what we don't do is, okay, amongst all these interventions that we are using, which intervention led to us making maybe an interception? One of the interventions in itself is patrols. The other intervention is radiation detection capability. But then the radiation detection capability rides on the patrols. So if you say that it is the detection capability that made you detect, you are saying that to the detriment of patrols, and sometimes you may end up knocking heads against each other. So what we do is that we look at the chain, the raft of measures that we are implementing, and what we really like to be interested in is what are the weaker links. So right now, we are thinking about, I can share with you, what if at night, somebody now wants to transport the tobacco products by a drone, through the unapproved routes that we are talking about, and go to the border. Like Dr. Combat said, there's a road that separates Ghana from Togo. I'll add to it, there's a farm, and it is one farmer who reads the Ghana end and then the Togo end. So he keeps crossing. There are houses, and the bathroom is in one country, the bedroom is in another country. That is how it is. These borders are political lines that have been developed. But then, whilst we facilitate the trade, the job of border agencies is to see how we can make sure that legitimate ones, the legitimate trade, move across, and then the illegitimate ones don't. So he also mentioned one thing, and I want to highlight it: informants. So we use a lot of information, credible information, intelligence, and all that to work. So I can throw back these things to you. I've mentioned informants, I've mentioned the use of science, I've mentioned the electronic clearance platform, I've mentioned what? Come again. Patrols. Which one do you think, if we make a detection, we can attribute to as being the best? So that is how we do it. It is together. I hope you can answer your question. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, follow up.
Aside all what I think we have to applaud you for this. Do you have the resources and are your men well equipped to carry on with this intervention? Obviously, do you fear some things? Are you well equipped? Because we all have to support the work that you are doing. If there is a gap in terms of resources, equipment, and facilitate and carry out all these interventions, if there is a gap, we will let us know. Of course, some as an advocate, what are we to push for that?
Yes, like I said, the nature of the threat keeps evolving. We have to stay one step ahead. I hinted you that there are equipment that we use. I further hinted of threats that we envisage, for instance, using of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, to transport some of these materials. So Oliver will always ask for more, but then in your advocacy, you can always come back and say that, look, this is what these guys are doing. They will need more. You know, what we do is that we deploy equipment based on the evolving nature of the threats. And so definitely we need resources. But we can talk about that resources not when the cameras are here. But I can tell you that if you try to smuggle, we will catch you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So we are going to Mr. Kodia to respond to Madam Beatrice's comments. Then we move to Mr. Abuma Finance. Thank you.
Okay, so BAT has a report. It's called the Sustainability Portfolio. Now, in the report, they have a projection of how they are going to sustain their market from now till 2030. So, in that report, what they are saying is that is in the traditional cigarette, we know people don't like the smoke of it. People normally are not using it anymore. So, if they want to sustain their market, they want to bring in what we call the electronic cigarette. Now, they don't want to target the adults because adults are much likely to die earlier. But if they need to sustain their market, then you need the youth. Because once you hook the youth, then you can sustain your market for a long time. So that is the strategy they did. And then they projected how much youth they are targeting from now till 2030. And they went a further ahead to target how much money they are going to make by 2030. So when they were done, what they did was that their recommendation was that they were going to get countries to adapt and regulate it. That's the first one. The second one is that they are going to help countries to eradicate the traditional tobacco. So as we are talking about eliminating the traditional tobacco, they are going to actually help us to get rid of it and then bring in the electronic cigarette. So that is how they are trying to. So right now, if you're a government and you want to get rid of tobacco, the normal cigarettes, they are going to help you, they are going to fund you, get rid of it because they need it gone. Now they want policies on electronic cigarettes. That is why one of the organizations we identified, the Harm Reduction Alliance of Ghana, they are taking funding, grant, the one we call grant, the one we all do, we go for grant for a project, for policy directions, for policy advocacy. Their grant is specifically to get policies and regulations on e-cigarettes in Ghana. And that is exactly what they are doing for the next 3 years, to get policies and regulations on e-cigarettes in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Mr. Abuma, please, just a second. So, I mean, if I listen to his response to Madam Beatrice's comments, then it looks as though the industry is well prepared. So it's like, it's either you sit and be reactive to their reactions, or you be proactive and plan ahead to meet them for your benefit. If not, they are going to make it at our expense. And so yes, I don't know if it's a follow-up of
yes, I wanted to say.
Okay, so then KMA will speak before we come to
the question you asked, because recently you don't see people smoking in public, so you might think that smoking is not being done. But if you move to the beaches as you stated, and the pubs at night, you wonder whether they are the same people that you see during the daytime.
Or in churches.
Yes. People are really, really doing it. Last week when we met, when I was writing my story, and then I gave the writer for a certain lady to type. When he got to the part of Shisha, and then she was smiling. And I asked her, why? You have done a lot of things, you have not smiled. Only this word and you are smiling. I was curious, so I asked, have you smoked yourself? Because this one is small. There, I fear her. Yes, if you see the face and they say that she can pick a cigarette piece on the ground, you will even slap the person who attribute that. But it's a lady, a young lady says that shisha is small. So, like she said, if we don't up our game, by the time we realize the 18 that we are talking about, they will be hitting like 45, 50, and we will still be chasing them. So it is going on. We have to fight hard, else they will beat us.
And for me, my fear is not only about the tobacco, because tobacco serves as a gateway where they graduate to have the use of other drugs. And so as they move on and become addicted to this shisha we are talking about, then they are moving on to tramadol, codeine containing cough mixtures. They are moving to cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and all that. And that is my concern as well. And so you realize that we have a good project ahead that all of us as an industry, where Mr. Kofi said it is a multi-sectorial project that we need everybody on board. Even as we are looking at the supply reduction, we should also think about demand reduction, where there is education. You educate the people about the effect of substance use and all that, so that and this also graduates into organized crime. Once they start indulging themselves into this, they get themselves involved in crime. And so it is multifaceted, and we need that sectorial approach to be able to reduce this menace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Doris is saying that baby wants to talk.
In addition to urging us to come together, I think I'd rather raise an issue of a challenge with getting media buy-in, and I think that the media in this part of our world says that enough for us. And so, in coming up with a project to combat this very critical and health need, I think we should involve the media, not just for coverage. I mean, when it comes to policy decisions, designing, planning, and all of those things, the media should be involved, because they sit behind all the ladder. They are able to reach a ladder audience on our behalf, So we shouldn't just invite the media for coverage, but we should involve them in actively participating in policy making, design, and then implementation, and all of those things. I believe that with time, we will probably make some strides in the fight against tobacco.
Maybe it's calling for a meaningful involvement and engagement from the media. And that is very well taken. Dr. Combat, what's to go?
Yes.
Will be back again.
So we are looking at the industry players. And what we should be aware of is that the industry players are not those who manufacture. We are talking about those who are actually manufacturing and those who are actually distributing it. And sometimes the worst corporates are those actually distributing it. In fact, when it comes to the tax stamps, those distributing it are the worst corporates, because they sit down and plan the stamps. And so when they get the product, they are able to affix the fixed stamp on them. And then it goes into the market. And with your eye, you feel that, oh, this is a genuine product because tax has been paid on. If it had not been the research that they conducted and then the use of gadgets and apps, please let's all try and download the app. Anytime you are buying a product and you see the stamp, you can just scan and see whether it is authentic, tax has been paid on it or not. So let us all please do that. If we really want to fight this menace, let us all try and then download it. Not only tobacco, but even other products that have the stamps. And you see, the other method that they are using is lobbying. In fact, when you go to public choice theory, lobbying is the same as rent seeking, and it's never a crime. It is an allowable practice worldwide, rent seeking, lobbying, and this is what they are using. But I just like one thing, and I want to say this: it's got to do with commitment, irrespective of the lobbying. If the policy maker is determined, just as GRA was determined that this law must be passed, you can never be able to withstand it. So it got to do with commitment. You have to be committed so that you'll be able to withstand their shocks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So finally, Mr. Apoma, and then we go to Chris.
Right, thank you very much. I believe we all have this on our table. I have looked through carefully, and I think let's give a round of applause to Val for developing this. Very big
round of applause for Val.
And my follow-up question will be to Mr. Labra. So, Mr. Labra, looking at all your good work, how do you sustain these works? And what steps do you have in mind? Because following the advocacy you have done over time, averagely understand there is a 23% tax increase and about 163 when I went to Dr. Combat in recent times. Do you have any needs of lobbying state agencies to also provide funding for the borrower work? So tell us, how do you sustain your work after clapping for you?
So tell us, Mr. Labra, please tell us.
Well, I don't think I have a direct answer. For us, I think the government mentioned the our most important focus now is to see how best government can earmark, the resources or the increased, necessary taxes to support health promotion. Of course, I don't think that we've received funding, local funding for our work before, but why not? We welcome in the earmarking for civil society. To embark on, especially public awareness creation. I was discussing with the Sulita, but I was telling him that there are many committees. That smoking is very endemic, and they need awareness creation. But the point is this: even with our funders, what they mostly want to support is kind of meetings, policy formulation. What becomes of awareness creation, and that's what we look at the recommendation for. That's what we're looking at. We've always made recommendations to government to deliberately set aside funding, for health promotion. Let's educate the masses, the people, so at least once they are aware of the harmful effect, they will definitely, use them. The young man was saying that all he thought was that e-cigarette is an alternative to alcohol. In fact, there are many out there who have the same, understanding. But we can't get to everyone unless we have a deliberate plan, to roll out awareness creation. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are looking at government doing earmarking to give a quota to civil society for awareness creation, just to emphasize. Thank you.
Yes, people thinking, or a lot of people thinking that the e-cigarette is what? An alternative to the other cigars. I had a very good friend, a director at the ministry, where he was smoking and taking alcohol as well. And he had a bad stroke and had to rush to 37 military hospital. Well, at the end of it, when he came out, his cigarette they gave him at that time. Cigarette has stopped. I don't know. cigarette as a topic, and they gave her the hospital. They recommended by him and gave him at the hospital. 10 minutes was bad, I'm very sure about what he said. And when he fell for the thing, and so I getting the cigarette, that's what he showed it to me. And I was marveled. But I never went further to research or investigate about how this goes. But he was having it. And later on he told me that even though he had taken it in, it is still pushing him back to go back and take the cigarette. But it's a chewing gum, and it's a talking about chewing gum. Where you push them up and chew and the appetite or what you call it.
Thank you so much, Alaji. He's so highlighting the deceptiveness of the e-cigarettes.
Thank you very much.
Just in a minute.
Mr. Labron answered my question that I wanted to ask. I want to ask him another one. He said nicotine patch was a problem, part of the index. I don't know if he said that, Mr. Labron, the opening remarks. I thought nicotine patch was WHO recommended item for smoking cessation. I don't know that about. And today, back to the question, the narcotics one. As you said, rightly said, cigarette smoking is the gateway to other handguns, which I believe I agree with you. Most often we hear the narcotics only coming after smokers and all that. We hardly hear you guys doing advocacy at all. I've never seen any of your advertisements or your videos. I start to be corrected. I follow your page very well. I've not seen you guys produce a document, a guidelines, something even at least. No, the youth, they are there. They are selling these products to them. Sometimes, out of curiosity, they try them, they get hooked to them. What happens? Right now we are talking about taxes, policies. How about the class 2, the GSS boys smoking? How is this going to affect, how is the impact from this room or this gathering today? How is it reaching 30 million Ghanaians out there? We are having a national stakeholders meeting, very broad. How is this going to impact in the 16 regions, all the youth in Ghana? How? Like how?
Thank you very much.
I am calling the narcotics woman to at least bow the deal. We've had Ministry of Health, GRA have done very well for us, helping us to pass this law. And I'm glad to be meeting you for the first time.
Thank you so much. We'll have Madam Beatrice respond and then.
Thank you very much. Narcotics Control Commission, because of the nature of our work, we don't talk that much, but a lot goes on. And so now that you have given me the opportunity, I'd like to throw light into what exactly we do. So when it comes to the issue of black, okay, there are two strategies that we embark on. As I said, we have the demand reduction and then the supply reduction strategy. But most of the time, when you hear of narcotics, it's about the enforcement aspect, where we are arresting people at the airport, at the port, and we are doing that. That one is about investigation, seizure, interdiction, and all that, which is fine. But there's also another section which we call the demand reduction, where we have the education unit. So we have a department of education that goes around the country. So we are in all the 16 regions of Ghana, and those officers are there. And so they go out, we have institutions and schools which they go. And then secondly, we also have the counseling and rehabilitation. These are people that have been trained into addiction professionals, such that we have even trained, right now we have 180 trainer of trainers, where we have trained medical doctors even in addiction treatment and all that. So we liaise with the mental health authority, and that one is also ongoing. We also engage the rehabilitation centers, which we have only a few. So recently we passed our to actually set up rehabilitation centers across all the region, which was past 2020. And the alternative growing of other crops instead of the cannabis. And so these things goes on all the time. Unfortunately, our paths are not crossed. So that is what we do. And the education, everybody, I think last year, what the trend we are even seeing is that during the COVID period, you realize that movement of passengers ceased, but more goods were moving. And now the trend is that people are using e-commerce and are distributing drugs, including the e-cigarettes that we are talking about. And so the e-cigarettes that we are seeing, most of them are coming through this ways that even customers are not able to detect, which we have our officers all over the place, and we have done so many series of those. And so we go about it. Just this year, I engaged, we have about 150 freight forwarders and motor riders and dispatch. And that one, we had the postal commission services bringing all of them together, which I was part, and then we educated them on all these things, and even your safety. You see, apart from the cocaine, the heroin that people are taking, now cocaine and heroin, you know, if you want cocaine, you have to grow the poppy plant and then harvest it and all that. All right. Yeah. If you want heroin, then you grow the poppy plant. If you want cocaine, you grow the coca plant. But now, because of weather and all that, people are no longer, it is not lucrative for you to cultivate coca plants or opium poppy. So now what we are doing is that these people are very smart. They have employed good chemists, scientists who are able to manufacture synthetic drugs that gives you the same high. Some of them give you 10 times, 15 times high more than the normal cocaine that you take, the methamphetamine and all that. What we do, monitor and what we use methamphetamine. So we even monitor chemicals as well. So there are so many things that we are doing, and I believe that we will improve upon our public education. We will come to the public more, because we are not used to coming to the public more. And sometimes the media even are afraid of us. When you want to talk to somebody yourself from narcotics, hey, so but we will try. We are still improving upon our.
For throwing that light. We apologize if we are unable to take your comments. There we have series of opportunities ahead where we will take everyone's comments as well. And so yes, after this research by the research team on the tobacco industry interference, Vald Ghana employed the services of some independent media professionals to also do a backup survey. So like, go and check what we have found. So you to go and check from your own perspective. No data given, just launch out and bring us some feedback. And we are glad to have one of such media professionals around who would give us an overview of what he found, who he spoke to, what they said, and all of that. But before that, somebody's hand has been up. Madam Me has been up for a long time, and I almost forgot. So we'll take Chris's comments. Then after that, Mr. George Wilson Kinson, who is the chairman of the Media Alliance in Tobacco Control and Health, and also an editor at the Ghana News Online. Yes, he will come to us and give us that. Thank you.
Thank you. My question goes to Rod. I'm looking through the stakeholders we have here, and I can't help but wonder why we don't have, or if there are plans to engage the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Arts Council, the Creative Board under the Ministry of Tourism as well, and then key stakeholders within the creative arts space, the the Year of Return Office under the Office of the President as well. We are talking about industry interference, and indeed, the industry always finds subtle ways of pushing their product. I have a strong background in entertainment, the entertainment space, so I mostly engage around those spaces, and honestly, it is becoming or becoming. You see that the thing is, if you look at the trend, there is always a point of influence. Shisha wasn't a thing, but now is a thing. E-cigarette wasn't a thing, but now is a thing, which means that there is a point of entry. There is a point of entry which then builds interest. Then it now leads to a commercial, state. And if you pay close attention, it comes to the influx of a lot of foreigners as well in our space. So now we have the Year of Return, we have all of these major concerts that happened within the last quarter, where there is a huge influx of foreigners. When they come in, they come with certain, should I say, lifestyles, which captures the attention of the locals. And then before you know it, when they leave, that influence doesn't leave with them, they stay. And then we begin to take up some of these things. I go to a lot of concerts. Now it's difficult to go. Why? Because second-hand smoking is something that would fall into heavily if you go into such concerts. I was at Afro Nation last year. At a point, I couldn't breathe. I had to move from where I was to another space where it was away from what was happening, just so I could catch some air. Right? You go to these major concerts and you find different kinds of products being used by different people, but you don't have what we call designated smoking areas for people to smoke. So it's like it's a free-for-all activity, and it's not happening just in Accra, it's happening across the country. If these are stakeholders, how are we engaging them, or are there plans by VAL to engage them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a need for a broader stakeholder engagement for effective implementation of all these policies. So yes, we'll have upstage Mr. George Wilson Kinson to give us a report on an independent media analysis of industry interference in lead up to the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Oh, the applaud is not applauding. The applaud is not applauding at all.
What are you watching? What is it?
Just a second. Just a second.
Bill 2022 into law with the expectation that the government would make about 400 million Ghana cedis by imposing a 20% tax on tobacco and tobacco-related products, among others. Prior to the passage of the tax law, the process faced various setbacks that can be attributed to interference from the tobacco industry. Reverend Dr. Walani Mensah, an economist and executive director of Center for Greater Impact Africa, told GhanaNewsOnline.com.th in an exclusive interview that industry has a right to oppose this taxes because it causes astronomical increase in production costs of these products, leading to redundancy at many of the companies.
We know that they get their raw materials and from other sources, and if the prices of raw materials increase, pursuant to government imposing taxes, and definitely is going to increase their real cost and cost of running business and cost of production, and that may really affect their businesses, and so businesses are likely to experience redundancy, and also most people are going to use their profits in settlements of debts, which invariably is going to affect their investment and business portfolio. So definitely, in order to protect these infant industries, I believe these industries are posing these new taxes, which is their right to do so.
It is believed that Dr. Walani's center was one of the organizations that fronted for the tobacco industry in its move to delay the passage of the bill. We can reference a letter of invitation from the same economist and Center for Greater Impact Africa to some journalists in the country seeking to raise an army of journalists against the excise duty tax. Some members of parliament, even though refused to be put on record, admitted to us in private conversations that various organizations and individuals tried various interventions to hinder the passage of the tax measure. According to our sources, these institutions did not use money. However, they were strong in their moves to talk individuals, MPs, to see the law as a retrogression and unnecessary. The good news is that despite all the stubborn attempts, the law got passed nonetheless. One concern that has come up, however, is about how impactful has the 20% increment in tobacco-related products been on the lives of heavy smokers in the country. Ghana News Online's investigation team visited the Red Coat ghetto around Medina in Accra to find out. The team met Jay and his friends who insisted that they have heard of the increment. However, their prices of the products still remain the same on the market, with a packet of king-size cigarettes still at 35 cedis and a stick of cigarettes still selling at 1 cedi 50 pesos. They admitted that should the prices move to 2 cedis per stick and 40 cedis per pack, they would be left with no option than to quit smoking because affordability would surely be an issue. They said they are much aware of the negative impacts of cigarettes on their bodies, but the addiction won't let them quit it. They are even ready to move into smoking weed, would that be the only affordable measure? Some Ghanaians who spoke to this portal insisted that increasing prices on tobacco products is a laudable step to rake in government's revenue and also deters smokers from continuing with the habits. It's a good step. It sounds well, the government puts more tax on tobacco and cigarette products, but it does expect would be forced to limit it because you are not eating, maybe got money to eat. How would you get money to buy a stick of cigarettes for 10 cedis? Would drastically reduce the usage and consumption of products.
Think of how much we all know of the benefits of taxes. It goes a long way in improving the developmental conditions of our generations. Putting taxes on tobacco and cigarettes is not an exception. Even though it's not good, it goes a long way to negatively affecting your health. And then people make a choice of engaging into it. Fine, it's their own business, but the government taxes them. I think it should be applied. And after the application, if they want to stay engaged into it, it's their own personal decision. So I support that.
So to me, I think it's a good idea, at least, to help bring down the intake of tobacco in the country. Because as of now, there's a high intake amongst the youth is using tobacco. And if nothing is done to bring down, it's only going to get worse. So I think increasing taxes on tobacco products is not just the only way to bring down the use of tobacco products, but I think it's a laudable initiative by the government to at least help bring down the usage. So to me, I think I agree with the government on that aspect.
Our investigations reveal that the excise duty has faced and continues to face many hurdles from industry. We are therefore recommending the formation of an army of journalists to help promote the works of advocates against tobacco in the country.
Okay, so thank you. So as the introduction was that as I was introduced, I represent Media Alliance in Tobacco Control. I'm also the editor for GhanaNewsOnline.com.gh. We give you the best of news. Okay, so we decided that each time we come to stakeholders meetings like this, there are contributions and accusing fingers being pointed to the tobacco industry. Unfortunately, and I put my unfortunately in quotes, we can't have them here to come and defend themselves. And to get a balanced news, we decided that let us find out all these accusations that have been put on them. Are there any basis? Is it true? Did they really interfere in the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022? So we set out to work. We deployed some journalists to go onto the field and do some inquiries. We identified some people that we think that they are considered as quote-unquote influencers. And so, but I mean, in this presentation, we consider them as instrument of negative change, because they were considered as people who can actually do the work of industry. We approached journalists. We spoke with MPs, some members of civil society. As you saw in the video, some hardened smoke addicts, and also the views of the ordinary people on the streets. So let me go to what we found. We found out that the tobacco industry utilized several methods to interfere with the bill's passage. One of the key tactics involved aggressive lobbying of policymakers and legislators. the industry employed its vast resources to exert pressure and create influence through lobbying firms and trade associations. So, as we saw, Center for Impactful Africa or something of that sort, and they were one of the organizations that were used. The Ghana Union of Traders Associations, they were heavily used, and I'm sure that we saw them, we heard of them and their positions during the processes that led to the passage of the law. And so, by utilizing this means, the tobacco industry sought to shape the narrative around the proposed legislation and sway decision makers in their favor. We also uncovered that the industry's attempts to create alliances and partnerships with various stakeholders, including civil society organizations, as I mentioned, Center for Greater Impact Africa. There's another one, Finger of God, something, a civil society organization. They even were in the position to lobby us to shelve our report when they got to know that we are doing something, we are doing a report on this nature. They also, the local businesses, community organizations were the people, were the institutions they approached. These collaborations were intended to create sympathetic voices to support the industry's position and downplay the potential negative health effects associated with tobacco products. So by aligning themselves with influential entities like Dr. Olanyo Mensah, who is often referred to as an economist. I mean, if you read about him, you get to know him. He calls himself, or the media refer to him as an economist. But these are some of the frontings his organization does. Dr. Obeng of Guta positioned himself properly to champion this cause for the industry in the name of advocating for businesses. We also saw that the industry downplayed the use of public relations, deployed the use of public relations strategies to manipulate public opinion and sway public sentiment. So they used the media a lot. I'm a member of the Parliamentary Press Corps, and during the process leading to the passage of the law, I can say on authority that members of the Parliamentary Press Corps, as a group, were invited to training programs, training workshops, where they did not clothe the whole thing as come and do this for us, come and oppose this for us. But the intention is to brainwash the journalists into believing that the policy is detrimental to the growth of the country. So they couch this nicely, and you go and they brainwash you as a journalist. The tobacco industry invested significant resources in carefully crafted marketing campaigns that aim to downplay the health risk of tobacco products and promote their economic benefits. So by disseminating misleading information, the industry aims to create doubts and confusion among the public, thereby undermining public support for the proposed legislation. We also gathered. What we also gathered, but I don't have, it was difficult getting the facts to support this, despite the fact that, they spoke on it behind closed doors. When you take the camera away from them, they say a lot of things. But when you want to pull the camera so you can have them on record, they will not say, or they shy away from it. Is that they use the threat of legal challenges. They threatened, it was in the news. During the process leading to the passage of the law, there were threats that if the law is passed, we will go to court. We saw that or heard about that a lot. And this particular tactic has been used in other jurisdictions where the industry employed legal tactics as the filing of lawsuits, threatening litigations, or challenging the constitutionality of proposed legislation. These actions are often aimed at delaying or derailing the legislative process, creating obstacles for policymakers, and attempting to undermine the legitimacy of the proposed legislation. I personally spoke with some leading members of the Health Committee of Parliament, and they told me, they came, but George, we can't say this on record, but we were approached and we were made to understand that this law, despite all that the government is saying, the government is just doing propaganda and that the law is not favorable. In conclusion, and based on our findings, which expanded about 4 weeks, we can confirm that tobacco industry really interfered in the passage of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. They employed various tactics, including lobbying, alliance building, public relations strategies, and threats of legal challenges. The industry made moves to influence the legislative process and undermine the public efforts. I have a couple of recommendations here. In light of these findings, we put forward a set of recommendations to hoping that it will address the tobacco industry's interference. One, we need to strengthen legislation. The Ghanaian government should employ comprehensive legislation that safeguards against tobacco industry interference. This can include stricter regulations of lobbying activities, disclosure requirements for industry funding, and partnerships, and limitations to industry interactions with elected officials. Is it possible that during the process leading to the passage of such important or sensitive legislation, the interaction between members, some of these industry players and the legislators can be reduced? Can it be legislated that you cannot interact with them like it is done in the judiciary? I don't know whether my facts are right, but the justices of the Supreme Court and the Appeal Court, and I'm told that they are not allowed to access mass media. I can be corrected. I mean, I don't know whether it is also for particular cases or they are not supposed to do that at all. So if that is anything to go by, is it something that can be considered where during the passage of this type of laws, there should be a limit to how MPs or the legislators and civil society or this front end can interact. 2, public awareness campaigns. Fostering public awareness about the tactics used by the tobacco industry can help counter their influence. We recommend launching educational campaigns to increase understanding of the industry tactics, highlighting the health risks associated with tobacco use and promoting the benefit of strong tobacco control measures. 3, financial transparency. Establishing transparent mechanisms for tracking and reporting on industry funding and expenditure can help expose potential conflict of interest and inform decision-making processes. 4, collaboration with civil society. We encourage collaboration with civil society organizations to monitor and counter tobacco industry interference. The collaboration can help raise public awareness, advocate for stronger tobacco control measures, and ensure transparency in the legislative process. By implementing these recommendations, we believe that Ghana can take significant steps towards protecting public health and advancing effective tobacco control. This exercise we undertook gave us a very good understanding of the extent of the tobacco control industry's interference and highlights the need for robust measures to counter such influence in the future. So, we are recommending the strengthening of a dedicated media group like MATCO to help promote the works of advocates against tobacco in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson Kenson. Your presentation is self-explanatory, and we are not taking any more comments. Let's reserve our comments for the final session. We'll move right ahead. From the onset, we mentioned that this meeting is focused on tobacco industry interferences, as well as illicit trading in tobacco products. Well, I believe most of us here understand what illicit trading is. But just for some of us that are not so, current on the latest means of illicit trading in tobacco products, we have a learned person here who is advanced in especially research with regards to illicit trading in tobacco products in Ghana, and she's been doing this for a very long time. And she's here. We are privileged to have her here. She's been quiet the whole time, but I'm glad she gets to give us all the knowledge that she's been reserving for us since morning. So please, with a clap, let's welcome Dr. Ati Singh to give us a presentation on illicit trade in tobacco products. Thank you.
Your applaud is not applauding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for the opportunity once again. I made this presentation a few days ago at the FDA meeting at the launch of the National Tobacco Control Strategy, where WHO was also present, and this has become quite an important area because, of course, we are talking about industry interference, and this has everything to do with industry interference because a lot of our colleagues from GRA also agree that illicit trade in tobacco products is actually the work of the industry. There's nothing, well, maybe porous borders, but even those porous borders are being sort of influenced by still the industry. So even though we have other factors, but looks like the industry is still involved in most of this. So I'll just highlight a few things on the illicit trade in tobacco products in the country, and based on some of the research that we have done. Some of the findings are not yet completed because we are still analyzing those data. There were quite a lot of data that we acquired, but due to other commitments, we've not analyzed everything. So we still have a lot of data sitting down to be analyzed, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have finished those analyses, and then we'll be coming out with some new findings, which related to the illicit tobacco trade in the country. So I'll just go ahead to quickly review some of the findings. I've presented this as a number of occasions to some of the audience here before, but I think it makes sense to repeat this as Ghana has now ratified the illicit tobacco protocol just about 2 years ago in 2021. So could I have the next slide? Yes. As you all know, the Framework Convention for Tobacco Control is a sort of a guideline to help us in tobacco control, and this is really the only guideline that exists for any substance or harmful substance in the world. And I think what Mr. Labram had once mentioned at some meetings is that a lot of other commodities like alcohol, SSBs, they all want something like this, a framework convention on maybe alcohol control or framework convention on sugary drinks control, because it really sets up the stage, with a number of requirements and guidelines that countries should follow in order to curb or reduce the impact of certain harmful products. And of course, tobacco has been way ahead of that in terms of trying to put up measures. So I would say that in terms of tobacco control measures, a lot of countries, including Ghana, have done quite a lot of work, even though we keep saying our prevalence is not high. But I think after listening to the presentations today and also seeing some of the videos, I think that the prevalence probably might be quite substantial, and that it might be in certain groups that we have not yet seen. As you know, every research is flawed. So we could be doing all sorts of large studies, but maybe we are not capturing some groups of the population that are really involved in it. And like the groups that he was showing in the videos, it could be possible that these are hidden groups and we never come across them. So we normally do not count them as in the prevalence studies that we do for the country. But coming back to the illicit trade in tobacco products, which is also why is it so important, because illicit tobacco, like is illegal, anything that is illegal, and it has to do with something that's prohibited by law. And in our part of the world, it's something that is very common in low and middle income countries, because illicit cigarettes are cheaper, they are more affordable, accessible. And the studies that have been done in the countries show that our smoker, a typical Ghanaian smoker, belongs to a low income group. So we don't normally see very high income people smoking. There are quite few, but the majority of our smokers belong to the low income groups. And they are the ones that are more attracted to cheap cigarettes, and which illicit cigarettes are the ones that really are cheaper than, I would say, standard cigarettes that we see in the bigger shops. And we always say the low income groups are the highest smokers in the country, but of course we are not saying that the high income people do not smoke. They do smoke, and probably they smoke high quality cigarettes. But these substandard cigarettes are equally very harmful, and maybe even more than the standard cigarettes that we have. So the illicit tobacco trade really involves all these illegal activities that happen related to the tobacco trade. And one thing that has happened in our part of the world, as Ghana, is that we've ratified the protocol. So what does it mean now for us? It means that we need to put measures to stop all these activities in terms of the trade of illicit cigarettes. So our borders, our customs officials, our law enforcement should all be put in place so that we can follow all the guidelines that the protocol talks about. And when we come to the illicit trade in cigarettes, we've noticed that 1 in 10 cigarettes all around the world is illicit. So about 10% of any population or any study that we do normally has illicit cigarettes. And like I said, it's a more common thing of the low and middle income countries. High income countries also have a lot of illicit cigarettes, but they have very, very strong policies, strong tobacco control policies. They have very high taxes, so they are able to control the trade of illicit the markets that we have. But in low income countries, including Ghana ourselves that we have here, our taxes were not the best at some point, but thankfully we now have an amendment that has really improved the current tax structure. So we want to see what really the effect will be on these illicit cigarettes. So when countries that do not have a very robust tax structure, like we had some time ago, we are more bound to have illicit trade with cigarettes. So that's why we went ahead to do some of these studies to see what our population looks like in terms of trade in illicit tobacco trade. And if we look at the parties that have ratified the protocol, although it's a new protocol, it has been in the system for quite some time. but for it to really come in force was around 2018. And we ratified it in 2021, despite a lot of challenges related to COVID, because COVID was around the time of 2020, 2021, and that was the time that this protocol was ratified by us in Ghana. And what it does is really to reduce the supply chain of illicit tobacco products through a series of government measures, and that is what really we want to do after we've ratified it. And the FDA is currently in the process of doing a lot of activities to reduce the illicit trade in tobacco products. So we've had a recent needs assessment where WHO officials came down. They actually studied the environment. They went through different officials and different organizations to see what the picture is like. All this in an effort to reduce the illicit trade in tobacco products. And one thing that has actually been noticed is that low and middle income countries really struggle to ratify the protocol. And even once we ratify it, it's difficult for us to implement it. So I think with the good work that the WHO is doing, FDA is doing, with civil society organizations like VOW and even researchers, we're just trying to push the agenda to certain tobacco control measures, and illicit tobacco trade is just exactly one of them. So this is basically a new treaty, and it's developed in response to the international illicit trade. So there's a lot of, and if you can imagine that even getting smokers to be interviewed is a problem. So how much more smokers that are smoking an illegal product? So it's such a hidden crime that you don't really see it openly. So it's very difficult to measure. So to do any study on illicit trade in any product, whether it's alcohol or cigarettes or anything, it's very difficult, because you also have a tendency to be putting yourself at risk, because even as a researcher, because even as we went out to collect data, we had a lot of instances where we had to slow down because we had a tendency to be attacked by people for all sorts of reasons, because they thought we were officials actually trying to look out for some information to report them, or coming from some organizations that they were not so comfortable with. So the protocol really is trying to prevent this illicit trade, so reducing the supply chain and getting our law enforcement in order so that we put measures in place to get good tobacco control policies to reduce illicit trade in cigarettes. And then, of course, international cooperation. As you've seen, that a lot of the things we do have to do with a lot of collaboration and cooperation with different countries, trying to learn from best practices. And I think what Mr. Labra was also trying to say is that he's never received funding from local agencies before. That tells you that there's a lot of international interest, even in tobacco control, from funders outside, because they think that tobacco control really attracts a lot of funding, and it's sort of a worthy thing to do because it has so much of impact at the public health level. We can skip this, yes. I don't think this is very clear. So Ghana ratified the protocol in 2021, and in response to that, of course, before that we already had tax stamps, and I think Dr. Kombat keeps talking about tax stamps and how it's effective in terms of to reduce this illicit trade in cigarettes, and you can see that even on your bottles. And of course, we have a tax stamp that is good enough. It's actually good enough to be able to track some of these products, but ours is a bit flawed, and I think there are certain works that will be ongoing very soon to improve these tax stamps in the country. And next slide, please. For instance, if we see a country like, but of course, no measure is 100% good enough. And I wanted to bring the example of, for instance, Brazil. Brazil has said it has tobacco tax stamps, track and trace stamps, since 2007. But yet still their cigarette market, which is illicit, is about 47%. So that tells you that even beyond track and trace systems or a good tax stamp system, there are still other problems that any country would have. So the other problems that were listed according to them was like the lack of licensing requirements. Like here we have FDA trying to license these products, but there they had lots of problems with their licensing systems. There was no tracking of manufacturing equipment and raw tobacco, so there was a problem with the way they were tracking their products. And then there were a lot of illegal factories also in the country. And then some of their neighboring countries were the places where they were getting a lot of these illegal products from. So they had lots of porous borders through their neighboring countries. So there are other factors that also come in place, even when you put in a lot of other measures such as a track and trace system, which has been found to be a good way of controlling illicit trade in tobacco products. So Yes, I think this is the slide that really tells us that we have a prevalence of about 3%, but of course it's a range. I won't say we have prevalence is about 3%. The latest studies that were done point to about 8%. Among the youth, it's about 8%. And even among the youth, some studies that were done in 2017, amongst up to 15 years and above, I think the electronic cigarette use was about 8%. Among students, I think about over 5,000 students that were interviewed. So you can see that it's still substantial. So we don't really have one exact number because the prevalence keeps fluctuating. But the good thing is that it's always been less than 10%, which means that we can easily control our prevalence to almost a negligible figure. Although we'll still have some hard to reach groups that keep keeping our prevalence to some extent, but I would say that our prevalence really, I would say comfortably, is less than 10%. And when it comes to illicit trade in tobacco products, we really have three things that are so important affecting how illicit tobacco trade comes into the picture and then also then affects our smoking prevalence. So how is our governance like in terms of our laws, the existence of corruption, the fact that our law enforcement are weak, their informal channels. So these are all ways that governance affects illicit tobacco trade. Then our tobacco control policies, how effective are they? Are they good smoke-free environments? Do we have good tobacco control measures in the country? So that's another way that illicit tobacco trade is affected. Then of course our customs and trade. How effective are these custom officials at these border towns? How are they able to detect some of these illicit products? The use of technology, tools, and manpower, they all determine the effect on illicit tobacco trade in the country. Next slide. So we did some studies on the cigarette packs that we collected, but before that I want to just highlight to you that we didn't see any data in the country on illicit cigarettes prior to what we did. That means that no research has been done before. And I would say ours was maybe the first study that we came across, a scientific study. There might be a lot of data around. I know WHO has a lot of data. Thank you. WHO has a lot of data also. And I think the Customs also has a lot of data, but we are yet to really go into the data to see what has been happening over the years. But as to whether we went out into the field to collect data, that has not happened before. So this was really one of the first studies that will provide an academic sort of data that has one figure attached to an illicit trade in tobacco products sales. But there's this one group of people that we call the Euromonitor International. They do a lot of market-based surveys. They also do quite a number of scientific studies. And they quoted that Ghana has a prevalence of illicit cigarettes of about 35%. And it was actually about 38% a year before. So in 2017 it was 35%. A year before that was about 38%. And normally what we see is that the Euromonitor International has been sort of blamed for the fact that they have links with the industry, Philip Morris International. So when they come out with figures, it's very difficult to believe them because sometimes they receive some funding from Philip Morris. And so when they said their figures around 35, when we did our study, we realized that ours was quite smaller than that. And what is the benefit for Euromonitor to talk about high illicit cigarette prevalence? What they do is that when they talk about high illicit cigarettes, then the country is worried that, okay, so we have a lot of illicit cigarettes, maybe we should, our taxes are very high, so let's reduce them, because there's this belief that when your taxes are high, illicit cigarettes are high. So they only do that to reduce any country's taxes. But recent evidence has shown that it's the other way around actually. So when your taxes are low, you are more prone to having illicit cigarettes. And when your taxes are high, like what is happening in the UK for instance, they have very high taxes, but their illicit cigarettes have actually gone down. So it's the other way around, which really has come out from recent evidence that high taxes means that illicit cigarettes are also low, because it also tells you that they have a robust tax structure. They have strong enforcement policies. Tobacco control policies are also working well. So there's always a difference in what these industry-funded studies present and what academic studies present. And this can be clearly seen from the studies we have done in our findings. Next slide, please. So we went around the country, so you can see all the red spaces. We went around those places in the country. We tried to cover all the 3 ecological zones of the country. And we collected cigarette packs from the retailers. So we would go to them and tell them that all the packs you sell in a 24-hour period. And because we have another challenge in the country, I think that is really important for us to talk about, is the single stick sales. It's such a big problem that it really undermines a lot of tobacco control efforts. Instead of buying packs, people buy single sticks, which are cheaper, more affordable, and equally harmful. And it's difficult to trace where these products are actually going, because people will just go to buy 2 or 3 of them because they are much more affordable at this point. So these retailers will tell you that, okay, at the end of the day, I'll give you all the packs that I'm able to collect from single stick sales. So each retailer was given empty bags and asked to give us the packs that they are able to collect, so empty packs at the end of the 24-hour period. And we collected these packs from all these red zones that we went to, so including some big cities like Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, and Tamale, and then also some border towns like Elugu and Aflao, and other ones like Paga. So we tried to cover almost all the parts of the country as much as we could. And next slide. Next one. We collected a total of over 4,000 packs, and we analyzed those packs. How did we analyze them? So what we did was that when we got all the packs into our space, we studied them for the features that make them legal and illegal. So FDA has certain requirements that, okay, this is a legal pack, this is an illegal pack. And a legal pack has warning labels, so the pictures that you see, that's a legal pack, because today any cigarette pack that is legal in the country should have a picture on it. Okay, and the fact that it should have a for sale in Ghana sign only. It should also have a tax stamp. So these are some of the ways that we realize whether this is a legal pack or an illegal pack. And Dr. Convert also gave us an app that we could actually detect the presence of these tax stamps, whether they are authentic or not authentic. And good for us, we didn't find any non-authentic tax stamps. So I think our technology hasn't yet gone beyond that, where people have been able to replicate those tax stamps and make them a bit fake for now. Maybe there's something that is coming out very soon, and we should be looking forward to that. But when we examined all the 4,000 packs, we didn't come across any fake tax stamps. So all the tax stamps were real. So that is how we classified our packs to be authentic and non-authentic. So those were the features of legal and illegal packs. And we realized that our findings suggested that about 20% of our packs out of 4,000 packs were illicit. And if you can remember the Euromonitor figure, which was about 35-37%, it tells you that our figures are much lower than Euromonitor International, which really tells you that these industry-funded studies try to hype the numbers of illicit cigarettes just so that countries will try and reduce their taxes. So we came out with a figure of about 20%. And we also realized that some of the key findings that came out was that the border towns was where there was a lot of problem. For instance, Aflao, over 90% of the packs we collected were all illicit. Elugu also had a similar problem. So most of the problems were found at the border towns, and they were almost about 60% more likely to have illicit cigarettes as compared to non-border towns. And when we looked at where these illicit products were coming from more, so we went to drinking bars, we went to these provision stores, we also went to these kiosks. And the problem where we found a lot of this was coming from these provision stores. Provision stores were almost about 3 times more likely as compared to drinking bars to be selling illicit cigarettes. And the northern zone of the country was also more at risk of selling or having illicit cigarette products as compared to the middle or the coastal zones. And I'm glad that the FDA is planning to do a lot of work around the northern zone of the country in terms of trying to raise awareness at the border towns. They're able to really be helpful in trying to reduce the trade of illicit cigarettes. And illicit cigarettes are also cheaper than legal cigarettes. So we also realize that if you increase the price of the cigarette by almost 1 unit, you you can reduce the illicit cigarette sales by almost 60%. So that tells you that the higher the price, the less likely a cigarette is to be illicit. And,
excuse me. That last statement, I'm a little confused. Can you expatiate?
The price?
Yeah, you said when you increase the price of the legal
So this is more of a scientific, a little bit of statistical language, so I'm just trying to break it to a normal. It just tells you that as you increase the price by 1 unit, you decrease the units of illicit sales by almost 60%. So illicit cigarettes are cheaper than legal cigarettes. And once you start increasing the price, the illicit cigarette sales also go down. That's basically, in terms of price and sale of illicit cigarettes. It's a bit difficult to sort of absorb because it came out of an analysis by statisticians. So, but I think the basic thing is that as you increase price, illicit sales decrease. Next slide, please. And I think most of our cigarettes, came from Togo, about almost 47%.
Yeah, come from Togo.
Okay. And a few of them came from Nigeria, actually about 14%. And I think 40% were from Nigeria and about 40% were from Togo. But also we should remember that BAT exists in Nigeria. So BAT moved from Ghana and moved to Nigeria somewhere in 2006. So it makes sense that we would have a lot of influx. And as we are trying to link illicit cigarettes with industry, you can imagine that if the industry BAT is in Nigeria, then we should expect a lot of action going on between Ghana and Nigeria borders. So I think so these figures really explain some of those findings. But I think the biggest for us was from Togo, which was about almost half, 50% of the origin of the illicit cigarettes. Next slide, please. And we also talked to the retailers. When we took the packs from them, we were speaking to some of the retailers to ask them whether they knew about illicit cigarettes, what did they know, where did they know about any law and stuff. We had about 30% of them saying they have no idea of any law related to illicit cigarettes, and they have no laws on they have no knowledge on any laws related to any regulations. And over 70% of them too said that their shops have never been sort of surveyed or under surveillance by any officials. So it just tells you that they are just sort of doing their work as any normal person selling any legal product. And of course, tobacco is legal in the country, but a lot of them also had illegal cigarettes. So that was why we were a bit worried that they had never been visited by any inspector. So about 70% of them had reported that they never had visits from any inspector. Next slide. I don't know if this is clear.
I think we will understand once we start.
Okay. So when we did some of the literature search, a lot of the reviews from the documents, the press releases, like what Matco has done in terms of the media releases, we also did some document reviews. So we went through a lot of the documents that exist on the internet, and we also did a lot of interviews with our stakeholders. And some of the drivers for illicit cigarette trade in the country, of course, one of them was our porous borders. And the other one that people mentioned was the lack of political interest. Well, it just tells you that tobacco has never really been on the top of the agenda for the country. But I think more recently we've seen a lot of works on it. But I think over the years there's not been much noise about tobacco. And then also there is another aspect of poor awareness and capacity when it comes to the officials and organizations that exist. So I think with all these workshops and training, it's a good platform to build some of that. And then of course our tobacco tax structure. At the time we were doing this study, we had the previous tax structure, which was not the best. And even that was being blamed for the illicit trade in tobacco products. But now we have a different tax structure, so I think this will not hold anymore. And in terms of the government response, I would say as a country we've done extremely well. We were the first few countries to ratify the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control as early as 2004. So, and I think we're the 5th country in the world to do that. So we hurriedly signed onto the convention, but I think in terms of the policies we have slightly been a bit slow. And then we went ahead to do a Tobacco Control Act and regulations in 2012. And we've also ratified the protocol, so that was also another achievement. And we've come out with excise tax stamps in 2018, which is also a way of trying to control illicit products. And now we have an amendment in 2023. And currently the FDA is working closely with WHO and the FCTC 2030, where they are trying to, and of course they launched the National Tobacco Control Strategy. So it tells you that as a government, as a country, we've done extremely well in terms of tobacco control. But we were also worried that within the stakeholders, we had some views of them related to the industry where some officials do support some of the industry activities, and I think it's also because of maybe not so much of knowledge around what the industry is aimed at. And I think Mr. Labram also keeps talking about the industry that they don't have any good agenda, so there's really no benefit. They are not looking at our benefits in any way. But some of our stakeholders mentioned that it's good to work hand in hand with the industry because the industry is also interested in trying to sell their products. So if we work hand in hand with them, we can come to some sort of conclusion and maybe some sort of agreement that things should move well. There was also belief that the illicit trade in cigarettes is also not bad, it's bad for the industry. That's what some of the stakeholders said. But I think after looking at the literature and international evidence, the industry really has everything to benefit from illicit cigarettes, and they don't have any good agenda for any of us. So even if they sit across the table with you to speak good words about what they can do in terms of tobacco control policies, I don't think there's really anything good around that conversation because it's all to their own benefit. So we have that disturbing sort of awareness that we realized that some stakeholders thought that sitting with the industry to come to an agreement would be a good way of trying to solve many problems when it comes to illicit cigarettes, but that really has not been the case. Next slide, please. So we were also funded by the Cancer Research UK, and that was what led to this collaboration with Mr. Labram. And what we are trying to do is to engage with national tobacco control stakeholders, as we are doing now, and we've done in the previous few months, just to be able to implement the protocol in a much more effective way, and also to sort of build some institutional and domestic capacity when it comes to trainings and workshops. And we're trying to do that by getting you all on board. And we also want to hold some workshops with some custom officials, some officials at the border towns, just to be able to build awareness and capacity when it comes to illicit trade in cigarettes. And then, of course, if we're able to establish a track and trace system that is much more effective than what we have today, I think that would really help in controlling the illicit trade in cigarettes. Because although our numbers are not so huge, we have just about maybe about 20%, even if our figures are wrong or maybe our study was not robust enough, it would still not be very higher than that because we tried to cover almost all the aspects of the country, so all the zones of the country. So it wouldn't be very far off from 20%. Next slide, please. And you can go to the next slide. Next slide. So I think in terms of the recommendations, I think we've come across a lot of them even as we sit here from the other speakers. And mine are also not different from the others that we've come across. So of course we need to implement the illicit tobacco protocol because that is the first step in trying to reduce the impact of illicit cigarette consumption. And I think the plan that we've come across is of course drawing a national work plan, which is also ongoing at the moment. And then having a task force would really help so that if we have 7 to 10 people of key stakeholders that would really be involved in implementing the protocol, and that would help up in drawing up the agenda in a much more effective way. And then, like I said, we didn't find a lot of data in our studies when we're doing the review of the literature. So we need to do a lot more country-specific research to be able to come out with our own data, to be able to say that, okay, this is what has happened. And now that our taxes have been changed, it would be good to look at the trends, what is happening to illicit cigarettes as we move on. Is it going up? Is it going down? Like, we need to know what is happening with the change in the tax structure and the sales of illicit cigarettes. And we also need to have a lot of collaboration. I think that Mr. Labram has equally mentioned that in terms of South-South collaboration, trying to learn from best practices from other countries. And an efficient track and trace system. I think that one, Dr. Combat is happily able to talk about that and also give us information on how effective that would be when it comes in place, and once we change our current tax stamps to a bit more robust ones. Capacity building for enforcement officers is something that is already on the agenda, and it's ongoing actually by the FDA and some other groups, including us. So we'll continue to do that. And border patrols and consultative meetings, I think that is something that we've been in discussion with some of the organizations. So I think that should also reduce our numbers to some extent. And then I think the other thing is that transparent destruction of illicit products. I think we came across some media professionals who mentioned to us that FDA does a lot of seizures. You know, they get a lot of these tobacco products, illegal tobacco products, and they are confiscated, but we are not informed of some of them. I think we informed the FDA about this at one of our presentations, and I think they are willing to involve the media in most of these confiscation of their products, so that whatever happens, the media is well informed and they can actually make it available for public information. Yes, and I think that should be my last. And this is just a group of our stakeholders that we have been closely working with from time to time, and we hope that we will continue to bring out more findings for you as we move along and keep the discussion going in the illicit secrets and other tobacco control measures. Thank you for listening.
We can do it so much better for Dr. Ati. I want to send the collection bowl around to take some donations for the workshop you just benefited from. This was a free workshop on illicit trading tobacco, and it's not just based on speculations, but these are based on empirical research. We are so thankful, Dr. Ati, for this. The floor is open once again, but as you are thinking about your questions, we have already spent the day, and we still have one last activity on our agenda after this. So I'm proposing, could we just kill it before we stand up, or would want to go and then come again and finish the last activity? Please, if you are for killing it already, say yeah. Okay, let me give the no-nos the opportunity. If you are against it, say no. Oh, silence is concern.
Yes,
one alone, you are alone, you're on your own. Yes, thank you very much. So the floor is open once more. Let's engage Dr. Ati on this. I know it's quite technical, and some people would want more emphasis. So we are starting with Mr. Ampoma. Oh, and just to say, it was the first empirical study on illicit trade in tobacco. Thank you.
All right, Doc, thank you very much for your work. One of the questions I want to find out is the study punished? So can we get it online? And the next good point I would have wished is added to the recommendation is some kind of an interagency network or platform that should monitor protocols and ratified treaties and it enforced it. So periodically you can meet to assess what is happening. And this can also be as part of the scientific study so that experts meet to discuss their challenges, what is happening on the ground, why is something not working, so it can involve future studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think we'll take a couple and then get to that.
Hands are multiplying. So we'll go to Dr. Komla, then we'll come to McDonald, and then Ms. Aisha.
Thanks so much, Doc, for such a brilliant presentation. This is really an academic work, and you can see that a lot has gone into it. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Yeah, so there was a recommendation which I think not you alone, but maybe Val and others CSOs have to take it up. So yesterday, when I made a presentation at FDA, I mentioned this, that irrespective of the taxes, when it comes to pricing of the product, we don't have a hand in that. So the importers, the traders will have to pay the taxes, and then they come back and then they translate that to prices, which GRA does not impact. So what I would want you and maybe Val and other CSO to do now is to be able to let us know the effect of the tax, so we can get the products, the prices before the tax. I'm talking about the amendment, the mix system. Prices before the mix system and the prices now, and we'll be able to tell if it has led to increase in prices of these products. And then another thing too, that if you can look for us, what extent has taxes led to reduction in consumption. It helps GRA to be able to know whether the tax is having impact or is not having impact. It's very important for us in terms of volumes of consumption. So if you can do that, Mr. Labran, if people can do that for us, we'll be very, very glad. I think it's 5 months down the line, right? That was implemented in the first meeting. So I think 5 months down the line. Yeah, if we can start thinking about it, to see if it has had some impact on this life, we'll be extremely grateful, because that was what we actually stood on to fight the industry players that were going to lead to increase in price and affect consumption. But if we are not achieving this, then the industry groups will say, we told you so, that the taxes have no effect on the price or the retail price. So we want to get your feedback on this. It is very, very important. We are not looking. It's very, very important.
Thank you very much. Let's come back. Okay, we'll take Madam Aisha.
Thank you very much. Dr. Please, your submission, you made mention of the high income people, yes, the high income people smoke high quality cigarettes. I want to understand what is high quality cigarettes, and is it because it's of high quality, so it's less harmful?
That's an amazing question.
Thank you very much, Dr. T, and for that detailed and very informative presentation. I think at last we have our data source, and regarding the projection that you made from your state, that of course about 3% in the prevalence rate of death relating to 6,700 deaths annually. It's something that of course needs everybody to inform us the subsequent baseline sets. And I would actually also appreciate that, of course, if you could also focus, as I mentioned earlier, that you can give disease specific relating to tobacco consumption. For instance, if we have cancer, CVD, strokes, if you can further advance in that study, I think it will help us accumulate such information. And secondly, too, I think you mentioned about your recommendation. I think it's super agree, the recommendation. I think it's super agreed by all of us here. And if you can also throw light on the TTX, what it can do to actually advance fighting against illicit tobacco influence in the country, if it can be actually implemented alongside with the protocols, if you can throw more light on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll go to McDonald. Please, do we have any other comments?
Thank you so much for your impressive work. I wanted to know what influenced your choice of the study areas? That you had prior information about where you could get most people smoking on. I don't know. You should just let us know what went into your choice of the study areas.
He's asking about your motivation. Why would you want to study this in the first place? Is that it? The areas you study. Why? Why did you choose to study those areas? Why? Okay, so Doug will respond to all our submissions and we'll just give a few minutes for follow-ups if any.
Thank you. Yes, I think the question asked by whether this work is published, yes, it's been published in the BMJ journal. There's one or two more coming in the same journal, hopefully by January, with additional findings. So these are published and it's actually open access, so you can have access to it. Once you just type illicit trade in cigarettes in Ghana, here University. And then I think I want to respond to your question, which was quite interesting about whether high quality cigarettes are less harmful than. There's nothing really like that. Any amount of cigarettes in any form or tobacco or nicotine in any form is harmful. Even third-hand exposure, where you are even sitting with somebody you have nothing to do with, but the person's clothes are filled with cigarettes is harmful. But the problem here is that low-income smokers have access to a lot of low-quality cigarettes which come in single sticks. They are easily available, they are much more cheaper, so they are able to smoke much more. But the high-income people maybe have one pack, they might probably not use the whole thing a day, depending on how addictive they are. So it's just the practice behind it. It's really nothing to do with the harmfulness or non-harmfulness of cigarettes. It has nothing to do with that. Any amount of nicotine and tobacco is harmful. And I think the other question was around, yes, the question about, Dr. Combat will take one of the questions on the TTS, yes, because I think he has quite some information on that, and I think they are planning to revise the current tax stamp, so I will let him do that. But the thing about the TTS is that it's just not a sticker, that it's able to even track the product, where it's coming from, and that's what this stamp does. If we had our proper tax track and trace system, a typical tax stamp, when you put your app on it, you tell you the origin of the product, when was it brought into the country, where did it come from. It gives you a lot more information, then you can easily track and see. And I think he also mentioned to me this morning that the application also allows you to see that through the app you are able to know that this bottle here is actually in this hotel right now. So it helps you to know the location of the product. So, and that is what I think this our stamp. So if we improve on this one, then we can do a lot of tracking and the tracing together. Then yes, I think the question about why we selected those sample areas. So this was a study which was informed by robust sampling. So when I say that, I mean that we just didn't decide to go, we took a complete list of all the towns and cities in the country, and we randomly selected them. But we also didn't want to just move out and not select the actual border towns. For the border towns, we wanted to go to them. So we knew that that would be these border towns. But most of the locations within them were selected randomly. So out of the list that was generated by online something. So it wasn't really our own decision.
So this is we're not influenced by our as the teachers.
No, we weren't influenced by people. And
when you go to the industry ways.
No, he didn't influence us in any of the industry or to give us any money to do this work. So we had our own funds to do this work. And I think, yes, and I think some of Dr. Combat's suggestions. Dr. Combat, I have a question. Yes, yes. That, so like I said, we do not have a lot of tobacco control researchers in Ghana. There are very, very few of them. I think if you open Google and you say tobacco control in Ghana, you would see very, very few scientific papers. For some reason, people are not interested in smoking of tobacco. Maybe they think it's really not a big problem in our country, or they won't receive funding. But I have seen that there's a lot of funding interest for tobacco control research. So for anyone of you who's interested, I think that there will be a lot of funders to support that agenda, because it's really something that affects the high income countries a lot. So they think that the industries are now moving to our part of the world, so they want to really invest here, because I think that is where we can make some impact. So we haven't gone into any details to see whether, but they've done a lot of this outside. Even in Nigeria, they've done a lot of studies to see tobacco control, tobacco-related deaths in terms of specific diseases. So which cancers, whether it's stroke or kidney, and specifically which cancers tobacco use in their country. We have done that as a country. But I think from my practice as a physician also, when I sit in a consulting room and I'm talking to patients, hardly will you hear anybody saying I smoke. So because that's the only way to record things that, okay, you smoke, so I can relate your problems to tobacco smoking. But you won't see people accepting that they have a smoking history. So even if they have a cancer, we wouldn't be able to relate it to tobacco use. So I think that would be the challenge for us. Unlike maybe in the developed world, where you take a history, you ask them how many drinks do you take in a day, how many cigarettes, you would have to answer them the way it is. Sometimes their records are not sufficient. But here we had a problem that we did not come out and tell us that we have to smoke. Maybe because of the stigma and everything attached to it, nobody really comes out. So doing this research in Ghana could be a problem for us. It's not so. But we now have a cancer registry. So we can actually look at the cancers that are common and maybe go back in time to see whether people did have a smoking history or something. There's so many things we can do, but I think we don't really have a workforce as good as we would expect. I think as physicians, people ask the question of whether you smoke. It's something we all ask. It's the response from the patient that doesn't.
Please help us with the guidelines that was released for medical professionals. The divine candidates
So we don't even have cessation support for our smokers. We are wondering if we open cessation support, would we even have to go visiting them?
Yes, they will. Okay. I have people coming to me that they ask questions. But I say that it's not open, but it's not public, like people knowing that this institution is doing tobacco, alcohol, or rehabilitation. It's rich that our system is, yes, a hospital is there.
We have those challenges, yeah. I think the cessation support, I think, is something that the WHO is thinking about, the Ministry of Health. Hopefully, maybe it is utilized by the
They establish work rehabilitation, something like that. In Ghana, they always say they have to do some rehabilitation.
I think the stigma behind accepting that I smoke is still a problem. And I think your question about the track and trace, Dr. Papa, I think I had a question on how effective would be a track and trace. We changed our stance. How does it help you?
is a whereabout of the product. And whereabout of the product, we have so many ways of finding where the product is. Now, if we had a very good tax stamp system, we should be able to tell that this particular model is in this form as at what the time? As at yes. Because see the product, any product has a unique number. And so the unique number of the product is placed on the stamp. And so you have to monitor the stamp using the unique number. And so wherever the product is ready to sell, so we are talking about where was the product produced, and then after production, where did it move to? We're able to track up to the point of consumption. Yes, so that is what actually helps us to be able to tell which product is listed, which product is. Mr. If you want to say something.
Also, perhaps.
Actually, ours is not product specific. We have to admit that. Yeah, we don't have
Yes, so like Dr. Papa said, we are going towards the next stage of improving it. Tracking it is getting to know where it is at any point in time. Tracing is if you know that there's a problem with one of them, how to know where everyone is and bringing it back. So, in addition to the taxation, the next stage is to go towards second generation or the next generation of stamps with functionality for specific needs of the country. So that's where we are headed towards.
So this is the first step. So we are moving towards the next step, where we will have product-specific stamps, so that every product has its own stamp, with the stamp, with the product number, be part of the stamp. And that will facilitate the track. Now, as it is now, it is a bit difficult. We are not able to tell where the product is. But it takes time, and then it also involves a bit of technology. So we are talking about capturing the unique numbers of the products onto the stamps. So it requires a bit of technology. Because currently we have different companies producing the stamps, and then different companies producing the products. And then another thing too is that apart from Ghana, all other countries, industries are supposed to bear the cost of the stamps. So industries are paying for the stamps, and then it makes it easier to improve on it. But currently, for our situation, Ghana government is paying for the stamps. And you know, it was because industry players actually opposed to the policy. The act was passed in 2013, but until 2018, 5 years down the line before it would be implemented, because industry players recently opposed to the policy. And so the only way we could entice them into accept was to say government is going to bear the cost. And now that they have accepted that the government is bearing the cost, to win ourselves, government winning itself from it, it's not easy. To say, okay, you have to pay for the stamp, it's not easy because we fear there will be opposition. But it is gradual. We are engaging them, and eventually, if we can pass on the cost to them, then it will be easier for us to do.
So just to add, the next generation, one of the things we'll be looking at is, you see these stamps are here on this affixed on 20. What if I'm not saying this company will do it, but a company comes to buy 100 stamps. They also, in addition, procure the printer orders. And so they are own their same product. They duplicate it. Sell this one in Accra. Sell the other one in Ghana. So that there will be no chance for one person to scan this and say, why is there a clash? So we are considering all of this in the next generation. But the first is to gain the acceptance among industry players and then also with the general society. Then we can move to the next thing. So it's good that these things are coming up. We have also stress test the system. We have made some notes. Then we incorporate it into the app.
Thank you very much, Yari. Thank you very much, Mr. Kofi and Dr. Combat, for those warm responses. And thank you once again, Dr. Ati, for your kind presentation and responses as well. Can we please rise to our feet and stretch just a bit as we proceed into the last session of the day? Please stretch. This time, look at the person at your back. So if there's nobody at your back, just say hi to the walls. Make sure you ask somebody of his name, another person. And run from where you are standing at least, you know. So we have just about 2 minutes to do some stretching. And nobody is asking me my name. Hey. I see Jaishi and World Vision. And rhyming Jaishi and World Vision. And they are wearing pink. Real men wear pink. Shades of pink. I see Dr. Ati and Baby. Yes, let's stretch a bit. Let's stretch a bit. Ms. Ampoma, physical activity instructor, please come and stretch us some 2 minutes, please. Physical activity instructor.
Okay, let's see what they can do.
Yes.
Alright, so once I've been given the assignment, I want everybody to stand at an artistic position. So everybody stand, let's be at an and then stretch your hands like this.
Stand at ease. Stretch your hands forward.
Try and come flat. Then one bit faster.
Let's get some more there.
Faster. It's like you are getting tired. So release it. Okay. Put your hand down. Alright. Turn to your right.
Turn to your right.
No, don't turn the body.
Turn just your neck.
You can feel some nice sensation. Turn again. See if you are looking at the back of your buttocks. Let's go to the next. Turn. See the feeling. Okay, come forward. And bring your leg down. Gentle. Come forward. Be there. Up. Gentle. Enjoy it. Sweet. Bring your hands up. See if you are falling down. Imagine the sweetness. Come up. Okay. Now let's do faster. Let's go. We are flying. Yes.
Now,
gentle. Okay. Rest more. Thank you.
That is Mr. Isaac Ampoma from Concern Health Education Project. This one is free physical activity education. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we are finally wrapping up. Our last session will be focused on Tobacco Industry Interference Index. I don't want to bore you with the background. He has all the background and the details. So let's welcome the Encyclopedia of Tobacco, Mr. Labram Musa, the Executive Director of Programs for Ghana.
Okay, yes, so thank you very much. I'm told he who speaks last, or he who last, or he who speaks last, or he who laughs last. He who laughs last, indeed. So indeed, I'm going to laugh best here. Right, so my responsibility, this is one of the reasons why we are here, right? It is similar to whatever has been discussed here. We would find some repetition because it all has to do with industry interferences in public health policies. So, but I will not belabor the point on some of them. When I started speaking earlier, I mentioned that there is a global tobacco industry interferences index, which was launched this week. Right, like I mentioned, 19 countries took part in this exercise. Ghana is part of the countries that also embarked on this, but this is our third index. We had one in 2019, 2020, 21, and then we are having one launched today, which is 2023. Right, so next slide, please. Right, so basically, for those of you who don't know, this is an ongoing exercise that civil society organizations are doing to support implementation of the global NCTC. Now, so the Tobacco Industry Interference Index stands as a critical assessment to design to scrutinize and quantify the various forms of interferences perpetrated. So the point is, we are moving away a bit from the qualitative to quantitative. We are able to measure the extent of, interferences by the industry, and also the extent of policymakers, engagement with industry. Because sometimes the industry themselves will not engage, but policymakers would make an attempt to engage the industry for whatever reason. Sometimes it's not to them, right? And then next slide. Now, so the Global Tobacco Index is a global survey on how governments are responding. You see, like I said earlier, so either the industry is doing that, or or government is also doing this. So basically, how governments are responding to tobacco industry interferences and protecting their public health policies from commercial and other vested interests of the tobacco industry, as enshrined or as specified by the WHO, FCTC, and the guidelines, specifically on Article 5.3. Now, so the index was first produced by the Global Center for Good Governance and Tobacco Control in 2019, and then as part of Tobacco Industry Watchdog, the Global Index 2000 is the 4th edition. In fact, so we did the first one and we joined the second one. So we are 3-year-old in the development of this index report, and every year they increase number of countries that they want them to participate in this exercise. Next slide. Right, so the tobacco industry index was meticulously crafted to address the urgent need to monitor, and evaluate the industry tactics, ensuring transparency in decision making. Right, so whatever that we do here, we can only succeed if government takes a bold decision. And I'm happy that at least the GRA took a bold decision together with the Ministry of Finance, and then submitted, a very robust document, proposal to, through cabinet and then to the ministry, to Parliament. And indeed, we also the interference, the engagement that went on. We've had a lot today, right? Now, the tobacco industry index, the tobacco industry index scrutinizes a range of indicators. So, in every research, there are indicators that are used. And the article will tell you that you need indicators to be able to do a robust study. So, we're looking at tobacco industry participation in policy development. That's number one. So, to what extent is the industry being involved in policy development? That's number one. And then CSR activities, corporate social responsibility activities in Ghana. To what extent are the industry involved in CSR activities? The next one is benefits to the industry. Are there activities or are there policies that are relaxed that give the industry, that kind of, upper hand or benefit? Sometimes it might not be direct, but indirectly. Like for instance, when we reported in our first index report, we reported that the FDA, instead of giving, or the government, instead of allowing the industry just about 12 months to phase out old documents, old tobacco products before the implementation of the Victoria Health Warning on tobacco packs, the FDA decided to give them 580 days, which is more than what is expected. So when you do this, it gives the industry room to bring in more products. So now you're favoring the industry. So that's an example, but we'll come to the little one for this year. And then unnecessary interaction with the tobacco industry. And that's why it's transparency. And then conflict of interest, and then preventive measures. So all of this have been outlined within the framework of the FCTC at 5.3 specifically. Next slide. Right, so the index, I think it was mentioned here already. In 2020, Ghana scored 58. In 2021, we scored 56. Yes, so it tells us that there was a little, is an improvement? Yeah, so this is an improvement of the score by 2 digits, right? In 2023, we will see what the score of Ghana is. But of course, this should have there's a little improvement in terms of what we are doing in terms of industry interference. But the point is that we are midway. We are not progressing, and then we are like on an average, right? It means that there are some form of industry interferences in our policy making processes in the country. Next slide. So I think I mentioned this one already. And what was there? I mean, the countries that are doing well at the global level. I mentioned that in the west performing countries. Of course, sometimes it's very clear. Sometimes when you go there, the moment you arrive at the airport, you yourself will know that indeed there's so much industry. Because if you are at the airport, people are smoking haphazardly, hotels people are smoking haphazardly. That's what they call it. The extent of industry interference is very high because the government is unable to control, this. And unfortunately, we are having this high level of prevalence of smoking in Indonesia, and then Japan, Switzerland, and many other countries. But of course, some countries are doing very well. Brunei is doing very well in terms of reducing the smoking and then industry interference, and also New Zealand, France, and Netherlands. They've taken, and then Botswana in Africa and Ethiopia, they're also doing very well. And at least so, it means that even in Africa, there are some countries that are doing very well to reduce the set of industry interferences in public health policies. Right, so they are scoring, at the global level, 33, 39. In Africa, they are scoring, digits, like single digits. Once other countries are scoring, that's like this.
What is the unit?
The unit
of the score?
In terms of?
Is it a percentage or?
Yeah, so it's percentage. Yeah, it's a percentage, yes. Right, so what are the methodologies? So these are the methodologies that's used by almost everyone, as far as this concerned. Some have gone beyond that, but this is what we are also using. So, and this exercise is basically, secondary data. We go into peer-reviewed journals, great literature, media publication, reports, and then monitoring and doing online searches. So we are already existing documents what we use. So you look at the transparency that happened maybe from 2000 and from last year March, March to March of this year. So you're able to do a 1 year, analysis of what is happening between engagement with government policymakers, online, social media. We go there, we do it in this research just to find out what are the level of intervention. So it's not like interviewing somebody. This is purely more or less like fact-finding mission. You go out there and look at existing documents. But for instance, we have to verify them before we put them out. And then questionnaire developed. There's a question that has developed, and indicators is what I showed to you that we use as a basis. And then the scoring. The scoring is from 0 to 5. Ranges 5 being the highest level of interference, and 0, absent, at all. So these are the scoring that we use, and this is a global one that everybody uses, right? And then the study, the timeline is between April 2021 to, we went beyond that because when COVID came, we were unable to some countries were unable. So you start to call it the stretch. Was longer. So our period covered 2021, 2022, and 2023. Right. So that's nice. So to operate that interference index, the key findings. That's nice. So the industry participation in policy. So like I mentioned, so we're looking at what extent the industry participates in policy development in Ghana. So some of the things I've mentioned already, so I won't belabor the point, but ground control regulation in Ghana do not provide explicit provision to curb the industry interferences in policy development. The Ministry of Health have delayed. So we look at some of these things. The Ministry of Health is supposed to develop code of conduct for public officials. It has not been done. So it means that there is some kind of, something you can't say emphatically, but why would the ministry delay in coming out with the policy document? And then the invitation of the Harm Reduction Association of Ghana, after they submitted a memo to chairman of the Committee on Defense and Interior of Parliament in Ghana to be part of the stakeholder engagement in aquatic. So when they submitted this bill, they were brought on board as stakeholders to support the development of an aquatic control bill. And we all know how to call it. This is a gateway to other hard drugs. So the point is that the industry were given some opportunity to participate in what policy development. But the point is, you see, the Harm Reduction Association of Ghana, the Harm Reduction Alliance of Ghana, by name you will see them as, and they have a very good objective of what they do. But when you go behind the scene, they receive money from, and this is what we call research. You have to do detailed research to be able to come out with on some of this, otherwise you will never see it. It's the same way with the LaRue thing that we keep on talking about. And the start stamp of Ghana is being, it's being supported by, an industry allied, but it's not that maybe direct. You deep, maybe the one that's supporting is the fit or the last, you have to go deeper. So who is giving you this one? Is this person? That's why they say that or 11 or from my better point is that they don't feel. Your closest person would be the one who is harming you, but you will never know that until you do little research, right? Before you can unravel that. And then okay, so front man. I don't say front man. Yes. Now front man. Anyway. Right. So the general manager of BAT, also was engaged and recommended some measures to the government to reduce illicit trade. So when they do this, they support interventions. And what we are saying that this thing should not even happen. We shouldn't say that should making such proposal. And when they make them and they also invited to come and start table. I remember in 2020, there's nothing happening in Ghana when, the Ministry of Finance was, seeking opinion from stakeholders. They didn't invite us as VAD or as civil society who are for tobacco, who are against tobacco, but they invited one of our known, guys or and CSOs, that's Imani Ghana, that we know them to be funds for the tobacco industry, to be part of the stakeholder, and they were not discussing anything. They were discussing tobacco control and excise tax. So then, you can't say that because the point is that at the end of it all, they are known to be funds for the industry. So if they're sitting at the table with policymakers and no civil society is present, and these are all the things we saw this thing in the news. We didn't go there to go and get ourselves. It were in the news, and that's how we got to know this information. Next slide. So CSR activity. So has there been any corporate social responsibility activity by the tobacco industry or their allies? We will say yes. There are some level of activities in the form of sponsorship to educational institutions in Ghana. So Atlas Ghana, as we mentioned, Ghana received funding from tobacco industry, and in the further disseminate to many groups, across the globe, and affiliate tobacco industry sponsored program in Ghana, such as Youth Opportunity Summit. And the Youth Opportunity Summit is more like an entrepreneurship, group that go to universities, and then they want to support entrepreneurship and career building opportunity for students. The point for us is when they do this, they are interfering, we call it, in the SCTC, because they are not supposed to be engaging in those activities, right? And then the BAT captured as part of their sustainability report that as mentioned already, that they support the COVID-19, at the national level. In fact, we've not seen any activities of the tobacco industry supporting COVID-19. But the point is that they have stated in their own document that they were supporting countries, they didn't disclose which countries. Right? So the point is that they are involved in CSR activities. But of course, COVID-19, in fact, they even produced, and they collaborated with an entity, medical group, to produce vaccine, support the vaccination across the globe. So we also wrote to the Ministry of Finance that they should note this particular vaccine, that it's a vaccine that is being financed, or the tobacco industry is behind it. The point is, we are in crisis, and the industry wants to support. What do you do as a country? You accept it or you don't accept it. Bearing in mind that already at the global level, we've all signed on documents to show that these are industry who don't mean any good than to advance their own profits at the expense of public health. Next slide. So benefits of the tobacco industry. So these are, I'll mention this one because like I told you, these documents are related. So the American Chamber of Commerce, they are part of the thing we are talking about today. And then also the fact that the delay allowed the industry to import. So we saw document we saw press, we saw statements that were flying all over the place, calling on government that if they pass their bill, it will lead to what? Illicit trade tobacco products. It will lead to so many arguments they were making. So the point for us is, so we're documenting some of this. And if they have made this thing, and American Chamber of Commerce is not a small entity, that government will not listen to them. So as you have heard here today, there were delays, and this delay can be attributed to some of these activities that were ongoing behind the scene that we don't have official records of. But of course, some of them we had, because we saw some of these documents. People say that we intercepted some documents, that we use for our advocacy. Right. So next slide. Yes. So benefit to the industry. Were there activities that policymakers embarked upon that sort of suggests that it benefits the industry? Yes. And here they are, the presence of duty-free tobacco at the airport is a benefit to the industry. Because you see, sometimes you find products in the country that are very foreign to our system. So if they're foreign to our system, what you definitely can do, because they got it from duty-free, from duty-free. So it's also some of the things. And then also, prices of tobacco products in Ghana remain incredibly cheap And when they remain cheap, it's benefit the industry because the industry is what is breaking in more. And then making the product accessible to very low income earners and the youth. And then allowance of entry tobacco products allowed. So you are allowed. They are talking about the official people the age of 80 years.
Clarification.
Yeah. So this one, in fact, we want the GRA to explain more on this one because I think this one has not come out much in our discussion. Where if a traveler in the age of 80 years is allowed to bring a duty-free product of 206 or hundreds
is it all you can bring all of them by their levels?
Yes, so this is what we found on document, right? So sometimes it's good that you have GRA here. They can properly explain whether if it's all or whether it's all. Between 200 sticks of cigarettes, you are allowed to bring it into the country. I'm also hearing it has to do with officials. So sometimes we are talking between whether it is national travelers or officials and like government officials, who have traveled, they are coming in. But you are allowed a stick of 200 cigarettes.
This, of course, is interpreted that the diplomats.
Yes, so that's official and diplomat, that's what I'm talking about. In some quarter we hear diplomats. In some quarter we hear that international travelers below the age of 80 years are allowed to bring, and these are documents that they are there.
Please be clear. Is it diplomats or travelers?
Okay, so that's why I'm saying that some of these we see some doctors will say diplomats, some will say even at the program we had last time from about 2 days ago and yesterday, we were hearing of diplomats. But what we found, international travelers, for this is the goods, international travelers. Age 80 years and above to bring, to feed products in the country. Yeah, so, unfortunately, we've not done, to find out why is the case. Are they diplomats or just anybody at all who is a international traveler like me? Can I bring in? But of course,
by the use 80 years and above, it can be diplomats because every diplomat.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. There is some of here diplomats. So Jerry is here. They're going to explain. Now, the point for us, when I travel and I pass through the airport, whether Dubai or I can enter the distribution and buy the cigarettes. The point is that when you bring it to Ghana, what happens to it? Will you pay tax on it if you are going to pay tax? And that's what we talk about double taxes. I don't know whether it explains that. Maybe when I'm done, Dr. Combat could maybe throw some more light on it. Right. So can I move next slide? And then forms of unnecessary interaction. So were there forms of unnecessary interaction between the policymakers and tobacco industry? Yes, we found sometimes very subtle, but yes, there were. Now, there were no, like I mentioned, sometimes that there are no publicly available information that no official or government met with or foster relationship with the tobacco industry. But however, according to Freddie Musambili, of BAT West Africa, the tobacco industry is in engagement with the government now. Government have expressed willingness to comply with the trade bloc recommendation as long as it does not, reduce government revenue. And then the trade bloc will allow lower taxes to be paid on tobacco products when imported to the country. So the point is that we didn't find it top government official, but the point is that there was some discussion. And this has to do with trade issues, right? And they were also arguing the fact that if government allowed for trade, it will help them, and it will reduce, government revenue. So yes. So can we move to the next slide? Now, again on unnecessary interaction, GRA, the government agency awarded. So we keep on talking about this every time. Awarded a 5-year digital tax stamp solution to Didaro and industry players in 2020. We heard that because that day was temporarily, suspended by GRA. These are all newspapers who Yes, it was temporarily, suspended. But we are also hearing that the public available information points the fact that the rest still brings the excise tax stamp. This one too, we saw it in the newspapers, where we saw officials of the GRA actually commending the role for supporting government in the tax stamp. But our findings show that the role is actually, not direct, but indirectly linked to an entity that sub-granted, its right to produce the tax stamp, actually, have a link with the tobacco industry. Right, next slide. Right, so transparency. And there's no disclosure of information on meeting between tobacco industry and government. Now, the Tobacco Control Regulation, LI 2247, requires the registration of only tobacco industry and products. You see, that's our challenge here. But it didn't go beyond that. It excludes affiliates, organizations, and individuals acting kind of behalf of the tobacco industry. So the point is that if you are producing tobacco, you come to Ghana, they allow you to register the product and the tobacco industry, but they don't. It excludes the registration of affiliates who come for the tobacco industry. When we are able to include them, then it helps us to do proper monitoring of the activities. But other countries, the FDA or the body actually regulate, because you have lobbyists for the tobacco industry and they are known. So we register them as lobbyists, but they are able to track the activities. That's like so. Conflict of interest. Whether conflict of interest, yes. There's no legislation prohibiting contribution for tobacco industry or any entity working to further the interests of the political parties. So this is what we found. But and then we said that though the LI 2247 provides a code of conduct for public officials in relation to the tobacco industry. I was discussing this one with Mama yesterday. But the point for us, the document is yet to be developed. The LI has prescribed that we should develop code of conduct for public officials. As we speak now, that document is yet to be developed. And this law was passed in 2016. We've not seen the document developed. So, the point why, and I'm told that there are efforts to get them developed. The point that if it has not been developed, we see it as, a conflict of interest because, we see government officials still interacting with the tobacco industry because probably there are no laws. But we are also a signatory to the STTC. Now, there are no retired government officials who have joined the tobacco industry. So that's on record. That's what's making our level of interferences better in terms of how we are engaging or how other retired government officials or officials in government still working within the tobacco industry. Next slide. But on that, I think this one, he mentioned that we have somebody from the Mental Health Authority who is a senior member over there and who is also a member or a director of Harm Reduction Association of Harm Reduction Alliance of Ghana, and they are, fronting for the tobacco industry, says that they are calling for harm reduction, meaning they are for e-cigarettes, and they've been lobbying, they've been engaging, and sometimes we sit back and say, is that the reason why e-cigarette is not being taxed? Because in all their press conferences, they never alluded to the fact that there's a law in Ghana that restricts, e-cigarette, and as a matter of that, and the fact that e-cigarette is only for citizenship purposes. And when GRO was speaking, they said that prevalence of smoking is 3% in Ghana, and the objective for which e-cigarettes or other, nicotine replacement therapies have been in town is purpose to support people to stop smoking. That's why when the law was being passed, they mentioned the fact that we call it for Ghana, we are going to use this model for cessation purposes. It means that the doctor must prescribe, and when a person came from Isaac, that nicotine patches. And I say yes, of course, there are patches. They just call them nicotine replacement therapies that aid people from, but not what the industry is not promoting. For them, it should be free for all. Everybody should smoke it. But clinically, yes, people should be supported to stop smoking. And that one can only be done by a doctor, a specialist who knows what to prescribe that will enable people to gradually stop smoking. But for them, they want it to be done so that everybody can buy it. And we are told that smoking too is very low in the country. Then what business do we have? If smoking is great, that our youth too will stop smoking eventually. But they are promoting the product. It means that more of our youth will go into the smoking of this, and that's what we are seeing right now. Right. So that's life. And we also have one Mr. Samuel Datu, a current CEO of the export promotion, the head of the finance at British American Tobacco, managing director of BAT Ghana, Agriculture Mali, Burkina Faso, and yes, chief finance of the of British America Tobacco West Africa cluster, a board member of British America. So he is also, currently heading an institution like this, but he has affiliates here. The point is that we don't know whether he still have that kind of affiliation. But as we speak now, this is what the document is telling us, that he's affiliated with all of this, and yes, also, a CEO, a CEO of the Ghana Export Promotion. Yes, preventive measures. Our government puts preventive measures to reduce industry interferences, yes and no. But the government does not share information on its interaction with the tobacco industry and association. In fact, we don't know about that. At least, but every year, the recommendation at least government should publish interaction that they have with the industry and to what extent, what are they discussing. We don't know about it. When meetings are being held by FDA and the industry, nobody is aware. When GRA or Ministry of Finance having interaction with the industry, nobody is aware. The point is this, per the law or per the convention, at least those interactions should be made public so that everybody is aware. And then, though the tobacco control regulation have managed the Ministry of Finance to develop code of conduct, like I said, consumer they would not see it. And then, the tobacco industry is obligated to submit audit report to the Administration Department annually, but does not include information on lobbying and and other things. So some of the requirements that are already there, but Ghana does not seem to be adhering to some of them. Now, there are, however, gaps in sharing adequate information periodically to alert and prevent agency officials and relatives from falling prey to the negative influence of advancement of the tobacco industry in Ghana. Next slide. Right, so this is how the scoring look like. So you will see on the hashtag side, and then this is how we are scoring. So it tells other boys on adopting measures to influence. Ghana scored what? Ghana scored what? 19. Yeah, Ghana scored 19. And then avoiding conflict of interest. So this is how this is how our scoring look like in terms of the indicators that I presented earlier. Next slide. So the Ghana tobacco industry. So currently our score is at 58. It means that we are not making we're not making so much progress in terms of like we are stagnated. So we need to put in more effort to be able to meet the likes of Ethiopia and then Botswana. Right, this slide. Right, so recommendations. So the recommendation are different from what the previous speaker mentioned. So the tobacco industry committee must place a high priority on surveillance and monitoring tobacco industry operation nationwide. Because that's lacking. Though I know that there are pockets of monitoring, and then the Ministry of Health needs to collaborate safely with civil society organization and other stakeholders to develop code of conduct for government officials who interact with the tobacco industry. And then also we recommend that the government ban all forms of corporate social responsibility. We don't want to see anywhere direct or indirect. Government should just state, to ban it. and the government officials should mandate to publicly share information with the people. So if GRA wants to have a meeting with, or if the industry wants to GRA wants to have a meeting with you, at least make it public for transparency's sake, so that the people will know what the industry is capable of doing. And we have seen series of this. I mean, same about the FDA, the Ministry of Finance, and everyone. Right, even civil society organizations, if we want to have a meeting with the industry, which we will not do. But if others want to do it, they should make it public. Next. Right, so the Ministry of Finance to examine tobacco product pricing on regular basis. I think we discussed on yesterday that on regular basis at table, let's look at the tax structure. If it's not working, we work on it by changing the structure or increasing the tax rate. Periodically, the media capacity should be built, and we'll be doing this. As about once a while, we both, training for the media to build their capacity on how to report on industry transparency and public policy. Government must adopt a campaign plan to officially for government officials in line with Article 5.3, and then the government should step further and stimulate the Dilaru thing. And we are saying that if government can, go back and then properly stop that kind of engagement, and then look for a more, organization that will and not align whatsoever with the tobacco industry. Right, next slide. We recommend a periodic and extensive in-depth research to conduct tobacco industry misinformation. Like I said, the tobacco industry are always ahead. We have to find a way of preempting their move and then countering them. And then the MOA should officially write to all heads of institutions to acknowledge or recognize the tobacco industry. The tobacco industry is there and they are engaging, and if possible, list all the entities that we know that they are currently working with the tobacco industry, just so the entities are aware. So when they come with the idea of sponsoring students, we should be able to go to okay, you are for industry, we are not going to accept your offer. Next slide. Yes, so I want to acknowledge Mary Asuta. In fact, she is one of the brain behind this whole conversation around industry interference in public health policy. Now, this is what she said. She said the tobacco industry is aggressive in sabotaging government efforts to strengthen tobacco control. And then she's the head of global research and advocacy for the Global Center for Food Governance Tobacco Control, a partner on the Stop Network. Now, the report confirms that there is no room for complacency. That is, this report confirms that there is no room for complacency. And the key to arresting industry interference lies in the hands of government. True, they must use Article 5.3, which will empower them to do their utmost to stop the 80 million preventable tobacco-related deaths each year. So the backstop with policymakers, the backstop with decision makers, the backstop with GRA, Ministry of Finance, Federal Authority, and of course, all of us, because we have to see and then say what we see and then recommend to government to take action. Right, next slide. So I want to acknowledge the DGTC for their effort in this, and then also Sietka, who initiated this whole conversation, because most of the dimension here started from the Southeast Asian Tobacco Control Alliance in Bangkok, in Thailand. They started this whole thing. Now it's now spreading up to all over the world. And I think it's a good document that is helping to advance public health policies across the globe. Next, right? So you can find the Tobacco Industry Interference Index 2023 available here. And when you go to the exposedtobacco.org global index, you find it there. You also find other information like the Africa Tobacco Industry Index. So you can find it, and I didn't put the link there. I don't know how come. and that's the African Tobacco Control Alliance online website. You can also find the report over there, and then also you can also find our report, the Ghana version of the report. When you go to the VAT GH website, you will find it there. Now, before I take my seat, I would want to share with you that indeed, let me say on behalf of the Food and Gas Authority, let me do this with your permission, madam. The fact that, yes, the day before yesterday, on the 14th, on the 15th, on the 14th, right? Yes, the tobacco, the Ghana National Tobacco Control Strategy was launched. That's going to direct us on how we effectively, implement tobacco control policies in the country. And this is a document that you can also find on the WHO website, also I think the FDA website. We will also upload it on the VAT Ghana website, so you can all go get a copy. We have some few copies that we will share. If you don't get copies, please go to the website and then get them. It will give us an idea on how we implement tobacco control issues in the country. And then I believe you all got copies of the policy brief that was shared with everyone. Now, the policy brief actually emanated from this document, the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2023 and the Tobacco Industry Interference. So, this is a document that we developed that highlights everything about the industry interferences in public health policies in the lead up to the passage of the tobacco, the industry report. Right, so on that note, I will end my presentation here. Can I proceed with the way forward or we should? Okay, right, so let me take the opportunity to thank everyone here. I know we've been sitting for a long time. Yes?
You add this one, the BAT on their website, they refuse to post anything. They link it under a general Africa sample. They don't see purpose. They refuse to share information.
The BAT Ghana?
Yes.
Yeah, for BAT Ghana, in fact, there's nothing on the website. Nothing. It's nothing, zero, right? Sometimes you get information about Ghana on the Nigerian website because our product comes from Nigeria. BAT has the highest, importer of cigarettes in Ghana, and we produce from Nigeria. So you won't find information on BAT Ghana. You will not find anything, and that is so sad. And that's why we are growing that. GRA, Ministry of Finance, FDA should be kind enough to share information about the company so that we can have it documented. Otherwise, we don't have any information about the industry, which is not the best. Now, in terms of way forward, I noticed that the questions came from the combat about the fact that we should have a study to understand where were we before the commencement of the excise tax, and then so we are able to measure. Indeed, let me say that I have mentioned this to many of our platforms that we are currently about completing a baseline that we were embarking upon to understand where we were at as a country before the excise tax started on the 1st of May. So yes, so that report will also be unveiled hopefully by the end of the year, December or early next year, when we convene at a forum called the National Tax Forum. We'll be having the National Tax Forum next year in January, where we will convene all tax experts to delve into issues of taxation. And that's where we'll launch that particular document. And then, like I said, within 5 months down the line, from May to this time, it's a long time. So we are going to embark on the post-assessment from next year to understand if we are able to the public health impact of the excise tax. And we are also going to analysis to see whether there has been a rise in terms of revenue. Indeed, but our government shared with us some few weeks ago here in this premises at the other side, this hotel, that government is seeing some level of progress in terms of taxation. But what we are saying that we want to go beyond and segregate the data and see what are we getting for tobacco, what are we getting for sugar, and what are we getting for alcohol. That would help us to know, I mean, where are we calling for more stringent measures of the regime, and where probably we need to be, maybe relaxed. But of course, we always have to go to the table and then increase our the structures or increase the taxes on tobacco products or other commodities. So this happens. So currently we have 3 documents that are awaiting finalization, and they will all be unveiled, including the e-cigarette one I mentioned, because a new thing and not many studies are there. So we will unveil that as well. I know there are a lot of concern about the linkage between tobacco and then CBD and all of those things. Yes, like Auntie said, we don't have much data on that, and those one sometimes we need some critical, data, more scientific, because with the hospitals, I know we will definitely get there. I know Sasson have done some work with some global partners on CBD, and tobacco alcohol is one of the major risk factors, which I know they stated in their report. And as you said, indeed, we don't have much researchers on tobacco control in Ghana, even on NCDs. And even the same with even on tobacco control advocacy, we don't have many civil society organizations working in this space. You can mention of Vision for Development and some few partners there who are supporting their advocacy. But in other countries, we have many civil society organizations working in this space with their own dedicated funding. In many regions, we are own work. But unfortunately, most of the funding for civil society organizations come through back. I mean, we get the funding and then we get civil society organizations to drive the agenda. Right. Just as we've been doing, we'll be calling on all of you for validation, because we don't just produce the research by researchers. We will be convening civil society organizations, policymakers to review the content. Indeed, before this document came out, there has been a series of meetings, and that's why I'm happy to always have GRA also around, because they actually were with us in a meeting where we reviewed the draft report before eventually it came out, and they make so much, important contribution, and that actually helped us to review the document that to a very appreciable level. And then also, before I end the meeting, in fact, Dr. Kumba kept on mentioning that we should get the app. I thought we'll go to an exercise where can we get the app from to come back? Because as a organization, we have the app on our phones, so that we are able to track at every point in time and then give feedback. But when we come and say get the app, the app remains an app. But where do we get the app from? Because I know I have the app on my phone, and I'm able to do that once in a while. But where do we get the app from? How do we access the app, and what process do you go through? I don't know whether you can, a few minutes, tell us where we can get the app from, so that people can just go to their phone and then just get it, so that we can be tracking and tracing, because that's the way we're supposed to do. We're supposed to support their intervention. Once we see anything contrary to what the app is telling us, quickly we reach out, and we're able to address the issues of illicit tobacco in the country. On that note, I will say thank you very much for coming. But I'll hand them back over to Dr. Kamba to tell us where we get the app from. And then also, so I want to thank the GRA, Dr. Kamba and Mr. Pale, and then Nelson as well, for always being present, in our work here. And also to Custom, obviously we are very appreciative of Mr. Kofi for his presence at every point in time in our stream of work, and his colleague who I'm accompanying him here today. Of course, my man who also put pressure on me. But the pressure is not for me alone, though. Sometimes it's from somewhere. Yes, Mr. Henry, yes, he's always put pressure on me to play this role. So thank you very much, Henry, from the Ministry of Finance, and also your boss, Mr. Nguyen, Daniel, and then also Dr. Dr. Pafo for their operating support, I mean, to the work we are doing. Of course, the FDA, and also for the Ministry of Ghana for their support. And to everyone, I mean, whenever we call on you, you don't mean it, you always come. And thank you, our media persons who have also always been with us, and especially George for your support, and also conducting this beautiful independence study, which of course we don't have any hand in it. We hope to disseminate that information further so that people know that indeed there are still some form of industry maneuvering, industry interferences in our public health policies. How do we ensure that we take them out and out completely? Thank you very much for attention and for coming.
If this is your last clap, please clap it well. Mr. Brown, I'm told some members of the House wish to still ask questions. Well, Mr. Adams wants to ask a question. So
just upgrade the question.
Okay.
I think in Abraham's presentation, he mentioned that there has been a delay in the development of the code of conduct. And I would like to know whether he has actually engaged. It's unfortunate we don't have the rep from the Ministry of Health here. I don't know whether he has actually made an inquiry into why there are delays regarding the development of the code of conduct, because I think having that will be an icebreaker for us.
Any inquiry you've made so far, are you able to share?
Yes. So like I said, the effort is being done by the FDA and partners.